All right. So I'm trying to make coffee. You have to excuse all the different, and it's actually late because I woke up at like 3 p.m. Finally had my medicine, so I'm calming down. You can hear it in my voice. We're at 77 clicks back from zero on my, let's see here, what is this again? Easy, 1Z, whatever, Presso X Pro S, right? So, let's see here, talking about. So, I already kind of talked a little bit about it before this point, but the long and the short of it is, uh, it starts off with me being in a step down facility. What a step down facility is it's like you're in a mental health hospital, right? If you've ever been in one, it's effectively just a room with a bunch of rooms, and those are your beds, right? And they give you meds, and sort of have you go through some basic groups, therapy, that kind of stuff, sort of in a safer place because there's a lot less likely for you to get yourself killed like by yourself, right? They generally speaking are unable to contact the outside world. Apparently, some people can. I was not allowed to do that. Everybody had their phones and wallets taken. So I don't know what that's about. So give me a second to pause this. So, the step down facility effectively is well, it's more independent. You take a um, apartment complex that's willing to have people stay there. It's off of your insurance, access. In my case, because I'm in Arizona, or Medicaid or something, and they'll either give you some group therapy or whatever, a main building or area, it's apartment to go to, or um, uh, you know, they can even hold your medication and help you take it, that kind of stuff, and provide like basic kind of stuff for because if you're really not able to get your stuff done for yourself, then it's well they can get your laundry or your medication or your therapy or whatever, but you are allowed and able to leave the premise. But it is classified by the government and by a lot of things as not being housed. It's not housing. It is a program. Okay, so like it's not housing, it's a program. Like, you're in a program. You're effectively still in the hospital. You're just allowed to leave the apartment complex. That's what it's viewed as. You are literally homeless, right? So, but it does house you. You can get a job. You can get things mailed to you, so on. So it's kind of like a weird in between, you know. But it really is just classified as being homeless. Like you are paying program fees. If you have an income, you're paying fees to be in the program. That's what that is, and that take up a third of whatever your income is, up to a certain amount, and that's what that is. Uh, anyways, it's federally funded though, and so you can't, smoke cannabis, even though like it's legal uh, statewide, right? Uh, I just want to say that because it's like it's a bit of a weird one because they say, oh, you're off the premise, totally allowed to, right? Oh, by the way, you can definitely have alcohol, but we'd prefer it if you didn't. And if you do, like it's a bad thing, and we need to reprimand or whatever. But like, you know, because it's legal, right? Yeah. So like, think about it. It's like you're in the hospital, but then you're not. And then like and in the hospital, it's like they take your wallet, your keys, your phone, all that, and they provide you with food and water, right? And you get medicine, right? You go to group therapy or whatever, and it's effectively the same thing in this, except a little bit more relaxed, right? So give me a second. I gotta regrind this. Finish grinding, actually. You know what? You can hear it. Yeah, it's going on over here. Just you can hear it. I can. course. I don't know if you can. There's that. Yeah. Like, as for system settings, I'm like, well, the threshold volume of this is apparently not enough, I guess, for the microphone. Yeah. Anyways, long and the short of that was, all right, so I got placed into a hospital under 5150. That means essentially I was involuntary. The reason why I was involuntary is because my mom called my clinic that I had for like 3 fucking hours or something, trying to get a hold of someone. And they eventually showed up, which they're not supposed to talk to my mother. They're not supposed to talk to anyone in my family, actually. And she effectively kicked me out of the house and said, go to a fucking hospital. There's no argument leading up to that. Now, granted, I'm talking loudly to myself out loud and whatnot, and I know what that is. But then also, it's like, yeah, but what led up to this was a bunch of them arguing with me and me just effectively defending myself and having boundaries. And so for me, it was like, yeah, I just don't want to fucking deal with you. And I know that I'm like basically trapped in this sort of a situation with you. You know what I mean? And then like my family, as if the rest of them are even remotely involved and even know what's going on. Uh, you're looking at you, older and younger sister. Jeez. Uh, but they'll always be like, you don't know, or they'll try and pretend like they even understood a single bit of it. What it would mean for someone being traumatized and constantly under like constant amounts of stress and gaslighting, and like, no, we care, and all the rest of that bullshit. So, anyways, uh, that one turned into the. All right, so I got into this is a temporary living place they called it. I was in there for about 3.5 months. That's right. I was in there for 3.5 months in a hospital because they couldn't find me a place to go. They're not really supposed to just yeet you out into being homeless. But a temporary living place is literally, effectively, just a step up from a shelter, a homeless shelter. That is literally what that is. And I mean just a step up. Um, so you get to be there for about 30 days. And then they kick you out and wherever you are in terms of street, shelter, or something, figure it out. That's the truth. That's what they do. Because I lived that. That's what I was dealing with. Now, if you somehow get income, you can stay there for a little longer. And then it's kind of more like housing at that point, but not really. It's not considered that. It's supposed to be, you know, kind of like a sidestep, before you get actual housing. Anyways, I ended up having my clinic case manager leave, and I got a new one. And then they were like, oh yeah, no, apparently they really didn't have a lot of shit together. So we'll let you stay here for a little longer, 15-day extension. And then um, apparently the uh, list that they have or whatever for the step down facility thing, the program, had me listed as already having housing or something else like that, and didn't know that I was essentially in a step up of a shelter. So they got that fixed and solved, and then they got me into a step down facility just before I ran out of time and was going to become homeless. Around that time, my parents were going, "Oh, so you might really be homeless amounts." Meanwhile, I'm like actively looking for a job, talking to people, doing all that regular shit. It's not like the medicine really changed much of anything. If anything, which they always seem to think it did. It's just like, no, it's doing that anyways. It's just different place, not around you. It seems like I'm well liked and people find me nice and friendly and all that. Apparently. You know. Anyways, and then it's like, all right, so talking to people, uh, they're trying to figure shit out, right? Basic stuff, and then uh, turns out they're moving. The step down facility is moving. So I am there, maybe a month perhaps, and they're going all the way to the other side of the valley, from like deep into where this this airport is in Mesa, Arizona, to effectively uh, Thunderbird and 55 or something. And it's like a I could drive there because I went there so often, but like um, it's a real borrow is what I guess my mom called it. I don't know if that's what that would be, but for what it's worth, that's essentially that, right? It's a real deep in the heart of Phoenix. Which is, it only seems like, oh man, it's only like 15 miles or whatever. It's a lot more than you think when you have to drive through all that and the traffic and everything else, and you have to move everything. But that one turned into a roommate, and that was there from another housing thing, apparently, that didn't, isn't in the program, right? So there's that. And then what that meant was like I had a roommate that wasn't in the program, and so they didn't really have to adhere to most of the rules that we did or do. But it wouldn't really matter because long and the short of that one turned into, oh yeah, no, we're not really gelling and jiving after a point, and some you know, back and forth stupid bullshit. Anyways, basically started off okay, and then it didn't go over so well after that. That kind of thing. You know what I mean? But let's see here. Then they gave me another place to stay with inside of the step down facility, but apparently they didn't check to see if they'd already given that to someone else, because apparently they had done that. They had already made it such that that person or that room in that apartment and all that was already uh, given to someone else, but it would just take a while for that to be known, I guess, by them or something. That kind of weird. What the fuck is this that's going on here? Anyways, the other one was a uh, apartment and room that used to have bed bugs, but it was on the floor. Okay. I was like, oh, I mean, they did, but I'm getting told by my mother, I'm getting told by my father, all this. Like, yeah, I don't trust that. I don't trust that used to have bed bugs. You know what I mean? Right. You should probably take the other one that wouldn't be that. And even the person that's running the place is kind of like that. Just a scooch sort of a situation. Right. So there's that. And then it's like, right. Now all of a sudden I have to go move to somewhere else because they found me another place. So apparently they were willing to give me this place, but I guess in the interim and in between, they were already looking for another step down facility that is not this one, that is part of a different program for me to go to. Right. Same amount of time. So they have tiers. There's a 24-hour, there's people on site 24 hours. And then they have the one that's like, 16, then they have an 8, and they have apparently there's this talk of a 4, this fabled 4-hour one. And I mean fabled as fuck, because nobody knew anyone that had ever gone into it. But again, the entire time, I'm homeless. I just barely eked it out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm literally trying to get across that it's like, no, there's no such thing as, like, this would have been, you know, me being housed, right? So, anyways, that changed into, well, shockingly, or not so shockingly, truthfully, you really want to break that one down. they're a little bit more strict. The other one, it's like, well, just make sure to let us know when we're going, when you're coming and when you're going, all right? And like we have some mandatory meetings, and if you want to join into some of these, therapy things, all right, and all that, that's good. If you want to talk to us one on one, I say, yeah, I'll take you up. But sometimes like, you know, eh, it's not really gonna help, right? Like I've talked about it before, but I've been through multiple outpatient, uh, points already, right? And passed flying colors, and most of the time I talk to any of my therapists, it tends to turn into, "Why are you in therapy if you already know all of this?" It's just, a, I think, a phrase at this standpoint. And I swear, it's like a catchphrase they have. I'm not even kidding, man. Like they've said it so many times. I'm like, what? You know what I mean? What can I help you with? Like venting, perspective, something. What is this? Meanwhile, I also get like the misogynistic aspect where it's like, no, because you're a male. Like that's and like they'll literally tell me because I'm a male. Like that's not what that is. This is actually what I feel. And they're generally speaking less receptive to the idea that I might be like not what they're assuming, which is a bit rough after a while. I have to admit, therapy tends to suck for men, it seems. It's a healthy gamer GG lovingly pointed out. We just get kind of the short end of the stick on some of that, unfortunately. You know, not that I think many of them really kind of understand, perhaps, men and or women, just how helpful it was for me when I was really, with a good one that did not treat me like that. You know, but that's sort of what that is, right? So, anyways, what I tell you is that eventually led to me getting a job because, like, oh, well, I want to be independent. I want to be away from my family. I want to, all this stuff. But like, I was never really gonna make it fucking last. Like, that's just something that I have to admit to myself now. But back then, I wasn't willing to. Like, seriously, I was never willing to. I was like, no, I can work a job. I can work a job. I can fucking do this. I can fucking, I'm the same as everyone. There's no different, right? Coming to terms with my disability. But it's like, right, I wasn't willing to really do that at first, right? And well, I got a job. They're a little, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do these things, you have to, like very strict, regimented, routine and everything. Meanwhile, it's like, oh yeah, no, well, I work this job and I, travel this and I do this, and these are the people that are supposed to help us. You know what I mean? Right? Like give us the therapy and everything. This is the main. Her name was Mary. I have it on my still have recordings on my portable hard drive. I recorded every one of our meetings. Most of them are okay, but not that one. Anyways, that's genuinely what she said. Basically. But that's not everything because it's like, well, you're comparing me to you. You're not me, and I'm here in a step down facility, and you're not. You're running it. So clearly, you need to fucking learn how to buck up and treat others differently. You weirdo. You know what I mean? But the industry doesn't have enough people. So that's effectively what that really is. And they didn't want me to really be there. This is like I'd keep hitting them like I normally do, right? Where it's like, have you considered this? Have you seen that? What about this? That kind of thing. Like there's subtle little things I do in there. I'm subtle about that stuff. But it wouldn't really matter because inevitably COVID hit. The job kind of fell through because my hours were tanked, and I was in what is it called? I have to cut that. Give me a second. Yeah, come with me. Find that those pliers and cut this thing. There's this little bulb at the bottom of my French press here. I have no idea what the hell this is for. Anyways, the little ball, little BB. Makes it hard for me to do the little, let's see here, paper filters, right? So, I was the one doing pretty much all the work in the uh, apartment to make sure that the living room area was clean. Meanwhile, my roommate barely got their own shit together to get their room actually clean. I got mine clean. I'm like, I got a job, and I got some friends and stuff is happening, right? Right, I can do my shit, right? Right? Yeah, right. You know, parents, you cannot be trusted. You need to prove to us. You, this, that. Why are you even around here? I'm like, I don't know. Meanwhile, my younger sister, you should have your life figured out. I always like talking about this because it's like, oh yeah, lost her job, broke her lease, broke up with her boyfriend, moving in back with the parents. You can't be here because he's so terrible, Mom. Mom, please. Meanwhile, to be fair, they are so terrible. They want to blame it on me, but they are actually the terrible ones. Like, that's what the truth is. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, wait a second. This isn't me. No, I don't have to worry about that. It's like I'm suicidal because I lost my job. I got kicked out of the step down thing relatively soon after that. Not because of oh you didn't pay or something, but remember how I talked about the whole cannabis thing? They're like, oh, we got complaints of you smoking cannabis, and it's like, you're right. Well, there are a lot of people in the apartment complex that do that I've seen. Nobody else apparently. But wait. You're allowed to off premise, but not. Wait, what's going on? Right. And so it turns into, well, they could have tested you and it wouldn't have mattered because he's allowed to have it in his system. Right. So they just kicked him out. Literally that. They were wanting me out to begin with. Like the moment I got there, they basically were like, well, you never go to any of these meetings, which by the way, they get money for me going to those meetings. Every meeting I go to, they get money. They get a surplus, they get a kickback. They get more money. Might be a nice place, doesn't mean anything though, for what it's worth. Because it's like, well, dude, I mean, like, it's not like I'm off of that money gonna be able to fucking work a job uh, and be able to pay. I was like, well, get a fucking roommate or something from there, is what they said, right? Like, oh, this barely recently got in, seems to have a high turnover rate. I barely know, the few people I do is like they already got roommates and they don't want more. We just, how about you fuck off? You know what I mean? That kind of thing, right? Meanwhile, they get kicked out, some complaints. Parents, you're so terrible, you can never live with it. I'm not even gonna let you stay there for a week. I can't even get another fucking. Eh. So I'm living out of my car with what I could barely fit into it. Which, by the way, it's my car in the sense that, like, I'm the one paying for gas, maintaining it, changing the tires, doing everything for maintenance, but the title's in my parents' name and they don't have any money monthly going into it. They could have just given me the damn title. You totaled our car! Because later on, of course, if you're forced to live in your car, there's a higher risk of that. You know what I mean? You're driving around trying to fucking figure shit out. Meanwhile, I shouldn't be the one that's feeling this way. the suicidal one that wants to kill himself and he has a plan and he's going off to go do it. He's recording. Those are all there. Don't talk to me during those moments because, truthfully, it's terrible. I'm barely put together. I really genuinely am barely put together. You know what I mean? But anyways, I make it all the way because I come up with a different plan. I'm not gonna hurt myself. Fuck that. I'm worth living. They suck. They're the terrible pieces of shit. They did this to me. Because that's the truth. They did. They treated me this way. They kicked me out. They're the ones still treating me terribly. I'm the one that showed off that I'm definitely fucking getting my shit together, and if I had them not in my life, I do better. Must have sucked being the narcissist, having to hit that every fucking time in their minds, seeing that I'm able to be independent and be successful away from them. Narcissists that abuse people don't like that. How the Gamer GG explains that pretty darn well on his video too. Anyways, by this point I'd already tried a lot for years to try and get them to respect my boundaries, treat me correctly, not talk down to me, and more. It wasn't going to change, and they're the ones in power, so that's how that would work. I just really thought that they loved me and they cared, and they didn't. That's kind of what narcissists do, and it took me a long time. And it turns out that fourth, sorry, not my third, that's my fourth hospital visit stay. That was 3 months long, 3.5 months long. Was me going, I'm the abused wife or girlfriend or whatever, in a women's shelter, trying to defend something that can't be defended. They're doing it again. You know what I mean? I need them out of my life. I'm homeless. Fucking strike out somewhere else. So I head over to New York because I'm like, well, it's east, far away from them. I want them out of my life. I want them gone. I never want to see them ever again. I literally never want to know them. I don't care about them. I did all the work I could ever do, and they never cared. They were upset that I was even talking to them while I was homeless. Which, why the hell are you having me in your group chat? You don't even care about me. Clear as day, right? Obvious what that is. Anyways, I'm going to be in upstate New York, not New York City. uh, be something, get a job, let out of my car, right? In upstate New York. Maybe, vacate and or visit, Canada. Maybe find someone and fucking get my green card marriage and get the fuck out of this terrible hellhole called America. That's my goal. That's my plan. Plan is to leave America and marry someone. Not for the express purpose of leaving America, but it's a part of it. So terrible, right? All right. So I'm heading over into Massachusetts, mostly because, well, it's legal to buy cannabis there, right? Also, just because I had no real place to sleep other than my car, and I hadn't really found any place to really kind of hunker down. You know what I mean? And so I was like, all right, well, fuck it. I mean, I got a little money I saved over the course of the, having the job and all that. So it's like, well, screw it. I don't have medicine. And truthfully, this has been a better medicine for me in my life than most any other I've ever tried. Right? So, well, it wasn't open. I'll open later, blah, blah. So I'm like, all right, well, there's this other place I can go to, to hang out, for a little while, eat some food, chill out, not even deal with anything. I'm just gonna stay there for like a couple nights or whatever, right? Yeah, like a little campground, but not really a campground. It's just you know that's what it supposedly was. Never got there, right? Google Maps took me down a road that at first looked okay, and then it was like, well, I've been on sort of a worse road than this, and I managed to make it through. But there's no real like reversing it. I probably should have reversed, but like that would have been pretty difficult. But maybe I would have been able to eke it out because it would have bottomed out my car, right? At that point, I was like basically on the middle and then like one of the sides of these deep ruts, and I was like that should have been a massive clue. But I've done that before, right? Or it wasn't like terrible, right? I was able to get through. I didn't break anything, all that, right? Turned into one of the like roughest kind of off-road things that you probably think of, right? Trying to back up, trying to go get back onto the road, it bombs out and it hits the tranny case. Now it's just a hit and it's leaking fluid. It would have survived if I had been able to get it towed, which of course, while some ATVs might have gone around, I didn't really think at the time, hey, could you maybe tow me out? Long and short of it is, eventually I did get someone to help me get it out and then move it to the road to get towed, which then I lived out of my car in the parking lot by the place that was supposed to try and repair it, which was totaled because it's a transmission, right? And it was glued. I basically got it to the point where the transmission no longer worked and it was just spinning, nothing happening. Trying to fucking get it to the road and just bolt because that's what they told me to do, right? My mind was go slow, wait a really long time, go slow, wait a really long time, go slow, wait a really long time, then maybe I could figure something out, right? That didn't work out to be that way because, I was just panicked and I was trying to get shit done. I didn't want to fucking stay in my car in a weird fucking place in the woods in the middle of nowhere. You know what I mean? So, um, that was a 8 hour kind of ordeal trying to get that fucker. I had to flag down a police officer. They were like, we can't tow you. And they were like, hey, since you have a towing hitch and you're towing something, could you tow him? Just a little bit to like where the main road is and someone could actually tow him now. Must have looked fucking insane, guy that barely had any showers or was barely able to, like do basic self-care, trimming the beard and all that. Anyways, so turns out the place where I broke down was Pittsfield, Massachusetts. That's right, Pittsfield, Massachusetts. That's where I broke down. You're terrible. I can't believe you broke the car. And then they remind me later, like as if in any aspect or way, any of that being blamed on me would make any sense. Standard parent and family stuff. So I moved on, is what I thought. Right. All right. So I'm going to have to throw out all the pots and pans and everything that I kind of like saved because maybe I'll get somewhere, with that job. Maybe I'll have a place to stay. Maybe something, right? Nope. Throw it all out. Barely a comforter, barely some clothes, barely, I just purchased these headphones and these amplifiers, right? Because I'd had a job, back at the step down, right? I'd saved them. It was like, well, these are expensive, right? I'd worked my butt off. I was, going to celebrate by buying that. Bear Dynamic DT 1990. Yeah, worked my butt off to get those fuckers, along with an amplifier and all that. Long and the short of it is, I was in a shelter Google Maps did not give me in any way the correct actual address for the shelter, which was in an old abandoned high school that was no longer in use, which was fully the entire way up hills. It was effectively up a hill, slightly kind of, just like a flat line, maybe a little bit down, and then another up a hill. Like, literally, that is the truth. I was like, was I just fucking stupendously, like, weak, just not working out enough or whatever, right? And no, it's a bunch of hills. It's effectively just and when you have to bring the dolly along, which has all of the clothes that you're gonna have, and hey, if you want to wash them, well, you're gonna have to have your detergent. You want to, you know, keep that jar of fucking nickels and dimes and quarters mostly, right? And then you have your DT 1990 and some amplifiers, right? And it all weighs a fuck ton. Turns out. There's some other guy that's walking next to me, and I'm trying to figure out where the fuck I'm going. He's built, like, seemingly, right? He's got some stamina. Like, yeah, no, I'm done. After like a little while, meanwhile, my ass is pouring sweat trying to get to wherever the fuck it is. I finally get there, well after apparently the damn shelter's closed, and I get in. I had a bed, I'm able to sleep on a cot, which is fine, because I'm fucking a person now that has a place to fucking sleep. I don't have to sleep on some corner. That's what I was thinking of. Like, there's a building, I can find some corner in the building, kind of protect myself from the wind, put a comforter over me, and try to figure it out, I don't know anything in the area. That went on for about 3 months, that shelter. I was in my car for about maybe 3 months too. Maybe a month, maybe. I'm not sure, truthfully. I was homeless earlier that year. And while I was able to kind of work the job was killing me, and everybody agrees with that, even the people that I was working with. The place that I was staying at wanted me out and gone anyways, and they're looking for any excuse. So I was suicidal while I was in that. It finally hit me. I was like, man, and then all of it just like, oh man, all of my things just gone again. After I had to throw away all my things the first time, and then I'm gonna try and rebuild myself, and it's gone again, right? And oh, it's all your fault. Fuck you, family. Won't even fucking look. Won't even touch. Won't even help. Meanwhile, shelter closes down because, of course, it's paid for, but only for so long. They only have so much money, and the real shelter really only has a few beds, which is why they had that there. So everybody's basically going to various parks. I don't have a tent. I'm sleeping now on a little Pavlovian, or not Pavlovian, what is it called? It's with a P. Anyways, it's a concrete floor with a little bit of a roof over it with some benches around inside of a park. They dropped me off there. It's pretty rough getting it done, figuring it out. Eventually got a tent, sort of stuff, and that situation was not good. Lots of yelling, screaming, lies, bullshit, more. And then I ended up in another park. Then it was like, no, you're bringing our property values down, which are like some decently sized houses, maybe multi-million dollar, but others are not that. And the city issued a like whole statement saying, or a town, whatever, that it's legal for them because there's that many homeless to stay in the parks. They came around with a trike and a trailer to try and break down my tent and everything and to take it out. I wasn't there that day. They would have done that. I got told by someone else that was just going through the park to some other wooded areas deeper in, that yeah, they've done that before. I was like, well, they hadn't even come around here before, but okay. Meanwhile, some dude runs or a couple of people walk by. Next thing you know, oh, they're showing up. Meanwhile, for me, I'm like, I'm barely fucking together. I just managed to get my shit together. The thing closed down, and then I'm trying to build, get my shit, and then it closed. You know what I mean? I have to move, and it's like, all right. So then I got another place by myself. No one else is there. You really can't stay here. It's clear as day. Like they're gonna keep showing up, especially when it's like, well, with me spending a day to try and find a place to actually stay. So the first place was by these train tracks, and people were willing to let me come over. And they were all pretty massive heroin users, and it looked very disgusting. And I was just not willing to do that. It's pretty dangerous. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Not my kind of scene. So, anyways, I was trying to figure out some other place to go to, and eventually found another. Come back to my place, and it's like, oh, what do you know? Because there's a little in between there. So it's like I found this other place. I helped the person that's actually there, that's willing to let me stay in that area. It's called Clap Park. I know, the clap, right? Jeez, CLAPP, crazy. Anyways, it's actually further in and just past this little river. It's right next to the train tracks, actually. But uh, uh, she is a transsexual uh, female, right? So male to female. I don't know if it matters, but if it does, there you go. Anyways, she is also a addicted individual to heroin, right? Now, seemed okay, kind of trying to get her shit together. She's on Suboxone, and whatever long and short of it is, she needed to use my phone to effectively call and get a hold of someone to effectively figure out how to work around the system. So she still had her Suboxone, she still had this, all that, right? Because she was still using that kind of thing. You know, it's a standard trick, right? I was like, all right, well, this is a bit of a trust exercise, and for what it's worth, I don't really want my phone anymore because my parents constantly contact me and I hate them. And she came back, I had my phone back, I had her bag as collateral, and her own phone and other stuff, but she got her stuff back, I got my stuff back. She got a little bit of money from me, which at the time I had basically none, um, and that was to help her get her Suboxone and whatever else it was. And she said she'd get me back, but she never did. They never did. But that's normal. But if you want to fucking like, in my mind, it's like, well, you want to stay there, you're gonna have to fucking figure it out. You know what I mean? So it's like figure it out, right? So I'm helping her deal with her shit. Meanwhile, there's this autistic individual who's developmentally challenged, and you know, had been in jail because he had apparently molested children. The way he uh, gives me the rundown was, well, uh, he had been sexually assaulted by someone, and he didn't really know that that wasn't really all that acceptable, but he was okay with it for him and that person, and then the person that was there, right, for the child, the minor, was the one that approached him. Okay. And again, he's not really a person that would be able to fabricate a really good lie. So, I can believe the motherfucker for what it's worth. You know what I mean? But uh, apparently the minor in that situation brought a friend in that was uh scared and went to their parents. So the original minor didn't care and was fine. And that's what inevitably led to him getting arrested and going to jail. And she got like 9 years or something. So, um, Lee Olson was his name, if you want to know, but there's quite a few of them, so I have fun with that. Her name is Raven. I knew a Sid Hadal and Tabora something. There's Derek. He later killed himself because, well, I found out, ended up having a bunch of sexual assault from an adult on, done to him, but also he had done it to others, and a lot of guilt and so on going on with him. There's a guy named Crazy. I don't really know what his real name was, but I might have recorded it. But the point is, he had lost his significant other and became a user. Um, and there's a Kiki or Key and another Derek. They were together. Of course, they were just trying to get their shit together and do their things. They were pretty nice, actually. Um, there are actually a couple of people in there that are pretty nice, regardless of use of anything. But then there are some seriously rough individuals in there. So you know, when I think about it, it's like a lot of you all apparently had one thing or another. You know what I mean? Go on to varying degrees. So uh, it's not like I'm any different, right? I just didn't like using any drugs. I didn't like for real, like cannabis and magic mushrooms were my jam. So there's that. That's literally all I ever did. You can ask anyone. That was the weirdo that went like over to their dealer. I was like, "Do you have any magic mushrooms?" And then I had a magic mushroom trip in the middle of a park. Kept myself together, and it made it so I didn't try and kill myself, and I managed to actually keep going through all the trauma and shit I was going through. So there is that in the middle of the park. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It was an intense trip, though. I gotta say, and it's not even the only one I did, just for that matter. So, my parents would give me money sometimes, but it was mostly only ever going to be for food. Like I literally, basically, only bought food. Period. Like I mean that, right? But uh, I was able to swing some for cannabis, and that was about it for what it was worth. But yeah, that's all I ever did. Most of the time, it was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth to this place that would give us a little bit of food, allow us to charge our phones, get us some coffee, and help us, like that. It's just insanely necessary and highly appreciated, even if they had their own issues going on, you know. But the general rule of thumb, the rules were like, don't come around if you're having an issue, if you're trying to run from someone, you know what I mean? Beating you up. Like, don't bring that shit because they'll still probably do it. You know what I mean? Like, we'll call the police or whatever to help you, but like, dude, you know what I mean? Right? Like that kind of shit. It's supposed to be like kind of more of a safe place. You just sort of chill the fuck out, right? But um, yeah. So the previous park was Garner or something, Red Garden, something like that, and that was well, they burned a paper towel and then tried to burn one of the tents down that I had gotten back, and they tried to crush it down. It was just the dolly thing, right? That was there, and whatever food I might have, been able to store. And then the other one was like, this is my bedding and whatnot, right? But it's like they lifted up the vent because there's a little flap or whatever. It's supposed to be there, and they pissed inside. Yeah, no, they pissed inside of my tent. I wasn't the only one that saw that either, and you could smell it. So, you know. Uh, anyways, I was like, well, I'm gonna get all of this moved over. Raven helped me, and then, the one tent really, along with some the dolly and some of the other stuff, and I slept in a piss-filled soap tent and blankets and comforters that night. But I had a place to sleep. It wasn't going to have that happen anymore. That's nice. Anyways, I was talking about it because the story goes such that it kept getting worse with Raven. They kept resenting me. They kept eventually, and they kept taking money from Lee. Like this guy loved her, right? And she did not, and she needed money for her drugs, you know, for a fix, right? And she would be consistently taking from him, and he would have tons of budgetary planning. This amount of time, and this is what I've got for food. And well, he's got like $9 in his account. It's like I can't keep giving you money and everything, and she's abusing him, all that. But it's like no, because he's this or something, right? And I'm like, nah, you. He doesn't want to do anything. Like he doesn't really understand. I don't think you get it. Like, dude, dude's just what he is, right? And he didn't even get a fucking shot in our court system, you know. And it's like he's clear, like, oh, he's fine with you being transsexual, right? Meanwhile, she got kicked out because she got back into her habit with another boyfriend of hers that she went to. That I didn't even realize how deep that fucking went. But he brought us to a Walmart to get some food and supplies, basic camping stuff, right? Which I'm like, how the fuck, right? Anyways, it was pretty good for what it was worth. I mean, I guess that pays for things. Although, for all intents and purposes, we had another agreement, and I just never let that go. I should have learned to let that thing go. But he brought in her other friends, like Justin, and then there's Lily, and then there was Talon. Yeah. Justin, the guy that tried to beat his, I think, father-in-law up because he was going after him for kind of being a dick to his wife and his child. And he's a pretty heavy cocaine user. And then Talon, who's ultra hardcore paranoid and will absolutely use trying to hurt himself to get attention and you to, effectively try and pity him or whatever. And I had to stop him from trying to kill himself several times. I was genuinely worried about the guy. He had some serious issues and he was lonely as fuck. He's like, I got some cheese here. And I'm like, I'm sorry, dude, but I don't really want the cheese. I'm good. But it's like, you know, thanks for letting me have a shower and everything. Yeah. Hey, you ever want to talk? Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, cause that's kind of how the tit for tat stuff, right? Right. Like you take it where you can get it kind of thing. Anyways, Lee was nice enough to help me with getting my clothes washed and stuff like that. But, and getting, like this little wagon full of food for the camp. Raven was apparently supposed to go to a rehab center. I'm pretty sure she just stayed with a friend for a couple of days and then came back. It's like, no, I was using my hormones. And I'm like, yeah, I doubt that. You know what I mean? Especially when I don't see a hormone vial anywhere. It came from a bag. Pretty sure they don't package it like that. But I'm gonna move on. It's just like, well, it's my campground now. Right. This is what this has been building up to. Is a long build up process. Like they had a person stalk them back after she came back to where I'm staying. I already had some kids throw some matches into this pile of twigs and kindling or whatever the fuck it was that was by this river while there was a baseball game going on. It was going to literally burn all of my stuff and then whatever it might have been for the forest because I only noticed it because I saw flames coming up over the hill. Meanwhile, fire truck come out, they douse it. It's nice. Almost lost all my shit. Meanwhile, the only reason why I think that happened was because Raven and her friends were around. The rumor they don't like transsexuals, but also like users and all the rest of the drug and whatever else. Meanwhile, I'm like, I didn't say nothing about the fucking what are they, the 4, 5, 6 years old kids with a fucking bong sitting on the goddamn little pipe bridge thing as I'm trying to get my goddamn laundry done. I'm seeing them fucking decide to go and let them rip. I'm not even gonna fucking try. Like, what am I gonna fucking do? Get out of here. Yeah, like don't fucking say a word. Don't fucking make them, that kind of thing. Any attention, right? Anyways, not long after that, try and burn me down. So that was fun. Meanwhile, I'm like, that's rich coming from them, though, for what it's worth. But I kind of got it because I slowly pieced it together. It's like the place that we were staying is essentially the place where a lot of people would go to smoke, right? You know, smoke cannabis, party a little, that kind of thing. So you could clearly tell it's like there's like little telltale signs kind of throughout, right? And it's like you're kind of messing that up. Like that's where we go to, right? Like that's our place, right? And I'm like, yeah, no, well, what do you want from me? You know, Go fuck yourselves, right? Besides, you're like, and they mean this, like they're tiny little kids. And I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking even be, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna do anything. The fuck can I say? Let's just go somewhere else and do it. You know what I mean? So I don't care. So, long and the short of that one turned into, well, inevitably came to a head. Raven and Justin, Raven got into a habit that because I would, sit down and just sort of let her and scream and all that, thinking that that meant that she could get it into my personal space and lean over and, start trying to push and so on. And Justin decided to start swinging around low and off to the side this night. And so he was looking to effectively get around behind me and try and fuck me up. Raven clearly was looking to do the same. I brought my knife out before I ever even got to sitting down by the campfire that they always beg me to make. I'm the only one apparently that can make a campfire. Fucking hell. You can't. You got the fucking lighters, you got this, you got that, right? You can't make one yourself? You can't get some wood yourself? You can't do that? Meanwhile, I make a fucking campfire. Oh, you're back. Ah, great. Eh. Anyways, I pull that fucker out. I threaten the shit out of them. I say, you're gonna leave me the fuck alone and you're gonna leave now. And not in a nice, kind, little firm voice. You know what I mean? Right? Because they're about to fucking hurt me. I don't do anything to them. They're not getting stabbed. I'm not trying to stab them. But they're gonna back the fuck off. I'm that guy. You think that I'm not gonna do something to defend myself. I'm not like that. Right? They got it in their heads they could try and push. Think I'm nice, I'm willing to, it's not what that is. I have to call the police. Called the police. They came over. Oh, what do you know? We were just talking to them. Yeah, no, this is a whole incident. Yeah, I kind of bring up maybe I had this, They're like, no, the knife never happened. Wink. I'm like, oh, thank you. Yeah, no, didn't. Meanwhile, they're around while I watch. Now, I deleted the video since, but because I didn't think it'd ever be a thing that I need to really bring up. But I recorded them packing up all their tent and shit and having to leave. Right? That's what I recorded them doing while they're mouthing off to police. And I'm like, the police? Clearly, they know I'm in the right here. They know it's not the police that are the, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. And it's like, all right. Well, they left. They whenever went somewhere else. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't really care where the hell they went. Truthfully, that was never something I gave a shit about. But it's my place, and so I'm gonna fucking clean it up a little bit. I'm gonna make it look a little better, that kind of thing. Because they kind of trashed the thing, and they brought fucking people, random motherfuckers, or just straight up people follow their asses, which is fucking dangerous, right? You know what I mean? And they still do owe me. It's the whole thing. Yeah. Anyways, I moved on. You know, so I thought. It's like I can't leave because I know if I leave, they'll try and fucking show up again. They're gonna they come back. Well, Raven comes back sometimes with a friend or whatever. Comes back, and I'm like, all right, I'll tell you directly to your face exactly what this was to her friend. He's respecting me. He's calm. I'm respecting him, making sure to be calm. She's mouthing off the whole thing. Realizes it's gone. Like, cause that was her last like whole hurrah, basically. She came back trying to. This is my place. I'm whatever. Her ass. Get the fuck out of here. Like you're not allowed back. You know what I mean? That kind of thing, right? Oh, I got a friend. He's gonna fuck you. You know what I mean? Fuck you up. Anyways, friends on my side doesn't even know me. Fuck you, Raven. Right? Meanwhile, a couple days later, person comes around. So I just had that happen. Like I literally had to defend myself. And I meant in every way I was willing to go to jail to fucking not die or get fucked up. I was absolutely gonna do something. I was never gonna hesitate. I wasn't, but I'd get it to that point where they understood that they're gonna fucking go. Because I'm not backing down. Or they're getting hurt. And we'll see how this plays out. Right? Okay. Well, they left. Whole thing happened. It's what it is. They finally left me alone for a while. I had a brief couple of days, I guess, of like some just calming the fuck down and letting it sink in a little bit as I'm basically surveying and making sure everything's good to go, so to speak, ish, right? Like people are rummaging around and across the train tracks. There's some woods over there. I'm staying up with a knife in my hand, no lights on, making sure they're not coming around my fucking place trying to fuck me up. People already broken into my tent in the very thing, the place I was staying at. So it's like, all right, I'm gonna fucking, I'm gonna stick around for a little bit, just make sure. That's all I can do. So, one of the people that she brought around, her name's Lily. I think she was like 22, 23, something like that. She's an alcoholic, right? Whatever drug might have been there. Terrible mother. That's what she told me. She's looking for them. I have no idea where the hell they are. I literally don't know. Got no fucking clue. Right? She's my first time ever. I'm homeless. I have sex with her. She knew. I was bringing her in my tent. Not like, man, I'm trying to manipulate you and she's super drunk. Doesn't know where she is. No. She knows what the fuck's going on. Right? I guess she wanted, just blow off steam or whatever. Anyways, just wanted to get that out there. My first time was no showers for weeks, no trimming the beard or anything like that, in a tent while I'm homeless, and all the rest of that, right? That's my first time. Not very particularly special, but it's what it was, right? So, for anyone out there that's like, man, I don't have game, I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe try a little bit more. I don't know, dude. I mean, I just, maybe you could a little bit more effort, perhaps. But granted, uh, I got tested after all that. I got nothing. There's no STDs, no HIV, no nothing. I was really terrified, truthfully. But she's clean, so but that's what it was. And I think a couple days after that, or that very same day, something like that, later on, uh, the shelter had an opening, right? That was there, and I'm like, well, I'd already gotten stalked around in this neighborhood in this town. Had my tents fucked up, and the people that would have been in that shelter and more, that regardless of selling and or using whatever substance it is, which I, again, don't really give a fuck about. That's never been that big of a deal to me. It's more about the fact that I've had experiences with them that make me go, yeah, I don't trust you. And then the rumors and the rumor mill and all the rest of it that had gone on about whether me or this or that for many, whatever the fuck it could have been, because whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like, I mean that. Like, there's rumors of this or that, and like, okay, so, you know what I mean? Like, what do you want from me? Yeah, like, it ranged from the minors to like I'm the most rapiest rapist to I'm the biggest whatever you or anything, it seems like. So yeah, and then it really wouldn't matter because it's who apparently, I never used anything that anybody told me against them for what it's worth. A lot of people told me terrible things about what happened to them in their past, and I thought I built up a little bit of a repertoire and trust, and then they would go after me. It's like, I'm not even going to use it against you. I'm not even going to, thanks, man. Hey, but I've had my own issues. Right, right. Then they'll use mine against me, right? Being vulnerable, opening up a little bit about some of my thoughts and feelings, and it's like, oh, so this is how this plays out. Okay, I'm gone. See ya. I'm not gonna stop you from going after all the people that go through the park there, Derek, or preventing you from drinking a liter of alcohol in a day there, Derek. He later hung himself to death. So there's that. You could see it on him too, coming. He's crying alone by himself, fucking spiraling and showing off like, manic episodes and a pink cloud, all the rest of it. And of course, oh my god, this person's not treating me like shit. Now I'm gonna fucking like try and hurt them because I self-sabotage and push anything they might want in my life and treats me well away. Standard stuff. Stuff I don't know. It's like, all right, I'll leave. I'm, homeless, dude. I'm just not gonna be here sticking through that. Sorry. Especially after I prevented you from trying to hang yourself last time. And then, oh, by the way, Scooby, who's I think, however many times he served, veteran, has a different name, real name, but that's his nickname. Everybody calls him that. Aching in mind. Do it. Do it. You won't do it. Do it. Kill yourself. Hang yourself. Do it. Fucking shut the fuck up, Scooby. Drunk. Out of his mind. crazy's barely hanging on by a thread with me through this shit. You know what I mean? I have so many fucking stories. Sid and Sabora fucking hoarding a bunch of extra shit in a tote that they would bring over to their campsite, living genuinely pretty darn well in that campsite. Meanwhile, either Sid was asleep and she attacked him with her father, right? And then he retaliated and she's screaming and all this. And it's like, he attacked me and all. Meanwhile, I'm like, one side says unprovoked, and another side, well, it was just, you know what I mean? Nobody was around, so, right? Get interrupted while I'm talking to Derek. His best friend hung himself. He beat him up with a bat or whatever, right? But apparently it's his best friend or some shit. And I was like, I don't care how much you hated that guy, dude, right? If you're talking about him like he's your friend and all this, that definitely affected you. You don't need to put on a big guy, puff, brew, chacho act with me. It's not manly to say that, and break it down. Like, what really happened, man? How do you feel? Meanwhile, I get interrupted by someone just as I say that. He's trying to open up a little bit. Say, I can see it across your face and your body, like everything. Like, you really hurt by this. You've never talked to anyone, have you? It's easy as fuck. He's theraping me. Stop being. I get called the professor. That's my nickname in the area. The professor. That's right. Smart guy. The psychiatrist. Right? He's got the big goggles or whatever. Right? Yeah, but it's not. It's my glasses. But that's my name, apparently. Right? And they gave it to me. I didn't even care. Truthfully, it was never that big of a deal. It's just like, this is what I dealt with my own family, or you know, in therapy, right? They're coming to me for advice. I don't even know them very much already. Like, what do and then what about? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to be the one that's responsible for things too, huh? That's bullshit. Because you're gonna blame me for. And here comes the blame, and oh god, I try and defend crazy. Some Sabora is saying how his name is. He has crazy literally written. Because it's a tattoo on his neck, right? Um, but anyways, and he prefers apparently to be called that, or I don't know, but he, that's a whole thing. But apparently he tried to steal or do something to Sabora. Meanwhile, it's like there's a police incident when she says that happened of him trying to break up a fight that the police officer saw. So there's no fucking way that would have happened. I tell this person that's supposed to apparently be getting donations or whatever to help the homeless in the area. Meanwhile, it's a personal account of hers. So big red flag there, and everybody can kind of see that. What do you know? The money doesn't really seem to get used the right way and all that. And so there's that. Drops the investigation or charges or some shit after I text her. She gets angry with me because I'm defending this guy because he's helped me. Because it's like, that makes no fucking sense. There's no way that would have happened. No, leave it alone. It's something. And I'm like, no, fuck that. That's bullshit. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, they're living at large. One of them is able to go to the shelter. See what I'm saying? No love lost there, right? That's what you would think. Except apparently they're like the big runners of the area. And I'm the mediator. They had this, I think it was RCS or something, whatever it was called. This is a place that we'd go to get our little food, and charge our phones and coffee, right? Long and the short of that one turned into, well, they came to see what medical needs were there. And they had I think a doctor or a nurse or someone come over with them, and they needed to know where people were. And even though I'd barely been there and barely knew anyone and all that, I was the one that they talked with, and used to know what was happening and who needed what and all the rest. Not Sid and Sabora. Me. Yeah, I know. Shockingly, that is my average. But is it that shocking? You know what I mean? Like, because for real, that is actually who it is I am, apparently, in regular everyday life. People go to me like that. That's what that is. It's consistent even when I was a kid and a teen and even homeless as an adult. It's been consistently like that. So, anyways, I talk about this, I talk about that. They don't want this help. Blah 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 blah. Right? Why'd you say? But I got help. Oh yeah, no, they. You got this food, you got that, all the rest of it. I had a vulnerable moment, back and forth with Derek, stopped him, all that. Next thing you know, he's spreading rumors. They've got food, they've got all their shit. They even have toiletries. That's right, they got a porta potty in there. In the damn park. They're the only ones really with that, truthfully. It's not even a joke. That is genuinely what that was. I go over to the protester. The homeless over here. I'm a protester because my art or something of this woman. I recorded that. It's somewhere in there in my portable hard drive of all that I recorded. She recorded it too with her phone. I'm like, all right, you're gonna record me, dude. I'm the homeless one. I'm not gonna fucking do shit to you. So I start sitting down. I'm trying to talk as to where her mind is going, as to how this could ever be used to help her in her individual issue that in no way is a bigger thing, and it's about her art, like, situation in terms of like installation or some piece or whatever the fuck it was. They got taken away or some bullshit. I don't fucking really remember, because it's like it was a brief conversation and it was essentially a bunch of asinine bullshit and she never showed up. You know what I mean? It's like, you're an idiot. You're really gonna come around here and try and use this to help your dumbass shit? Get the fuck out. Anyways, you already know about that inevitably leading to me leaving, about the Fred Garner or whatever park, and then me going into the Clap park later. Although actually, it's near the Clap. It's not actually in that park. So, but that's what that was. If you know anything about the topography, which yes, I know, not the way to say it. Topography is apparently, but it's topography, really. Just like it's something else for norepinephrine, which is not really what that is, because this is new pinephrine, apparently, how you actually spell it. We'll move on. Um, it's essentially, there's two real ways you can get to the place, and it's kind of almost at the top of a hill. So there's one where you can kind of go up, and then you can go this back way, and right next to the train tracks, and then you can get in, and it's like less of a hill, but there's still a hill to get to that point. And then there's going through the park, which is a sort of long meandering way, but then you still kind of have to go up, and it's sort of a one hell of a trek, right? This is after I already sprained my ankle and everything, and it's just trying to get it to heal. It's back when I was still in the step down facility, and it healed a little bit, but man, it's Yeah, certainly didn't do it favors, right? But it's like, all right, so I'm gonna fill up my 5-gallon water jug. I'm gonna try and have to carry that fucker all the way there, along with any food and blankets and anything else. So that's what I would do. And of course, I have to take different routes and, you know, appear as if I'm not going to the same place I'm always going to, because people will absolutely stalk you. So that's a thing. When I get back to the actual point, so I want to highlight how it was that it's like, no, if you think I won't keep going, I will absolutely keep going. The people that were there had already showcased a pretty consistent, yeah, I basically want to hurt you for whatever fucking reason it is. And truthfully, there's no real stability there. And yes, while you might be able to stay there for maybe 6 months or some shit, you kind of gotta get out of here if you aren't able to get a job. Which, hey, if you're not able to work a job, you know what I mean? And that's the shelter. They came around saying that there was an opening. Doesn't necessarily mean I could take it. Doesn't necessarily mean I ever healed, and doesn't mean in any aspect or way that I can work one. Meanwhile, oh, so you had this issue, and no, and then finally, family begrudgingly goes, "Fucking fine, I guess you can." Fucking... I'm angry that I even have to acknowledge your issues. Angry that you're having issues while you're homeless. You deserve it. My mom loves to do this. She will absolutely tell you the truth if someone says some really shitty, terrible things. Turns out my younger and older sister were like, it was good for you to be homeless. Garbage people. And they have boyfriends. Presumably to other garbage people. Just a thought. Anyways, whatever job they might get done, whoopee doo. Is it worth it to have a content of a character that's garbage around that brings the whole thing down? Probably not, right? My family, everyone. My mom can get an SSDI. Just deciding to seek attention by trying to harm herself as I was getting better and becoming more independent. I got hurt tremendously, eventually leading me to my third hospital stay. Or I'm sorry, my fourth, not my third. Anyways, but no, me being homeless and getting on, and you don't need SSDI or SSI. You're able to somehow. Anyways, they put me up in this RV that they bought in Mesa. I had to go through an Amtrak. My grandpa would not talk to me really. Barely gave a shit. Wouldn't help me with my whole car trouble issue. Even though he has the money and the time and all that, wouldn't let me not stay with him. I'm sorry, let me stay with him. So there's that. I'm so terrible I can't be anywhere near my younger sister. Must have one hell of a complex with herself. She says she's the black sheep of the family. Even has a tattoo. Meanwhile, me, I'm homeless. I can't even live with you guys. How are you the black sheep? I need to get your trust? Worthless. So, anyways, I'm there trying to piece my fucking shit together after I went through that experience. Because it's like, well, the shelter seemed a lot more likely that I would ultimately get my ass hurt by someone. That's what it really was. It was a bunch of people, some of them that are a part of the shelter, and seemed like there was a pretty decent target on my back, especially after that point of defending myself in that tent area with Raven. And kind of deciding to defend others like crazy and more. And it doesn't gain you friends like you would think, being a decent person and helping others. Tends to make people angry with you. They get a grudge and all the rest of that. Well, it's like, well, I'm not gonna have to like live with them, and that's actually a good thing for me. For what it's worth, that's worth it. I'll fucking take it. Fucking, you know what I mean? So it's an RV and I'm so terrible. Whatever. Fucking, you know what I mean? They have to drive all the way over there. They have to help me get groceries, restock, all that. And it's terrible every fucking time they come by. Literally every fucking damn time. Even my younger sister goes, "This is why I never get groceries with my family, my parents. It's really that bad." It's like, my older sister would probably go, "Really? It's that bad?" Fucking retard. She's like, "Oh, now you're starting to become more mature." I helped her fucking boyfriend get a job because I related to him with, "Hey, when I was going through my stuff, I really wanted to work in the cannabis industry." He's trying to get rid of being in the tech sector as a lawyer for Newegg. And I'm like, I don't think you know this. This little, you gotta think about it like a game, and you gotta, learn how to blah blah angles and talk and whatever. I'm like, I'm gonna do this to you, and you won't even know I am. His name's Andrew. Because that's actually how you play that with magician and con tricks to get someone to really head towards a direction that you want them to, which is what you're talking about, Andrew. Anyways, becomes a lawyer for a cannabis company. So he wanted to help people. I want to get out of this soul sucking. But it's like, you got to work with these terrible people. I'm like, yeah, no, but why do you want to leave? Like, I know why. But I like, do you see how fucking stupid it is to say what you're saying? Like, I know you know a little bit, right? Like, yeah, I know you have a terrible boss. You're telling me about it. You have to stupid suck it up kinds of shit, right? With this situation and the people involved. Why do you think you've been trying for years to get out? But I'm not the mature one. I'm like, I'm looking at my older sister like, I've been more mature than you as you are now. Because you infantilized me and my independence and everything because my ADHD and all the trauma you gave me. Never realizing I played a character to make sure that you felt good enough about yourself to get going, doing things, become more independent, and get the fuck away from this family because I knew it was tearing you apart. That's a genuine thing I did. But it's easy for me to do that because I've been playing that part since I was in elementary school. I kind of noticed that from a large amount of the adults around me, thinking that they knew better and that I was just a kid. It was stupid because of how I talked and how I phrased and my, you know, lack of ability to be understood by them so easily. I realized I was a little too damn smart. They couldn't figure out how to understand what it was I was trying to say because they didn't have all the information I already did. But no, you're becoming more mature like I was. Meanwhile, yeah, I was thinking about this back when I was in like fucking middle school, but okay. What were you doing? Running away from mom and dad because they wouldn't let me be with Brian. I'm gonna run down the street and the sidewalk with no shoes on. Shockingly. Huh. I bet that wouldn't have gone over very well with a person with a massive inferiority complex that has narcissism problems and is generally speaking more jealous of me and envious of me than they have every right in any way to really be. Working a great job as a fashion designer in the heart of LA with a lawyer boyfriend who works for the cannabis industry that I pointed him subtly, subconsciously towards, with a related story of my own plight. You know, maybe they could work adjacent, this story here, and then adjacent, hey, look, this medical industry, medical, a little cannabis, and that seemed to help. Medical. And it's like, I wonder if it's stuck in there. If you thought maybe you could work for the cannabis, have you thought, they are looking, and they pay pretty decent. But, maybe it's the medical. Maybe you want to work for the healthcare, right? Meanwhile, last time I heard from my mother, so he works for a cannabis company. Yeah, shocker. Exactly what I thought he'd do. Exactly what I thought he'd do. And where I pointed him towards. Meanwhile, he's giving me a spiel about how to fucking work with people and figure out how to work around and all the rest of it. And I'm like, oh, nice one. Look at this fuck up. Thinks he's smart. But I'm not already fucking totally aware of that and been doing it since I was a kid. This guy fucking really thinks he's knowing about things, huh? I wonder how long it'll take for him to fucking hear this one. Probably never does, because most of them are narcissists and don't want to really know. I mean, if they're gonna get with my older sister or my younger sister, come on. They don't want to know about my life. They don't want to know about me. Just like my older sister and younger sister don't either. They'll never probably ever watch this or listen to it. Shockingly, that's been the case all my life. Same thing with my mother too. Woo! And my father. That's how I know they're not there. I have to worry so much. It's just what it is. It's like, that's my time homeless in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. From Mesa to the Chandler House to a house in Eagar, short duration, back in the mental health hospital, homeless in Holbrook, got a job, blah, blah. You're allowed to come back. They go live over in Las Vegas. They got a place. I'm by myself. Eventually, they got me an apartment here in Springerville, Arizona, through my SMI clinic, or SMI housing, seriously mentally ill, diagnosed. Never healed, never got shit together, and yet people really think I'm a pushover. People really think that I'm not intelligent enough to know somehow, some way, what it is that they're thinking just a little. Like, it's so difficult. It's so impossible. I can't know what your intentions are. I can't possibly see. I can't know. And I'm like, I was born and raised in a house where if I didn't do that constantly with a narcissistic personality disorder dicks called my family members, I'd have to really deal with a lot of damn bullshit. And same thing with, you are absolutely going to have to stand the fuck up, stand up for yourself, advocate, and really put in that knife close to their face. And let them know, yeah, I will go to jail. I had the cops called on me, my family, kept pushing me. I didn't go. the jail. They didn't charge me. It's closed. It's like, oh, you calm down. It really made you, you know. I realized, I was like, well, they're allowed to use this force against you. They're allowed to. And I'm like, oh, wow. They're just allowed to emotionally abuse and mentally abuse and physically abuse my ass. So, being helpless and hopeless is a norm, especially when you're a male in a situation like that. It's just double sided, unfair, unjust, double standard, and hypocritical. You're the woman shelter abuse guy? Are you sure? I'm not. Basically the same thing. They don't need that, men. They don't. It's only the women because it's majority men only. Yeah, I wonder if that mental and emotional abuse isn't seen as significant as it is. Yeah, I'm a statistical anomaly. I don't do a bunch of drugs, even though I've had all these issues. I'm hard of hearing, and I had a family like that. It's an insanely high likelihood chance that they get into drugs, and I just don't. Why? Because I put in the work to prevent myself, to have more self control, to go through therapy, to look at the abusers in my life, knowing full well they were the ones that were that. It was never me. And I knew that at an early age, and I knew it wasn't going to change. I was that intelligent that early on. That's the problem. That's why the statistical anomaly is there. I'm not an average individual in that sense. I am genuinely that intelligent. I'm a way off the statistical probability bell curve, far right side. That's what helped. But apparently that means magically I'm gonna, especially if you're a tall, white, handsome man, gonna be successful. And no, none of these issues you had and are still going through are gonna prevent you. Man, they really discount abuse in men, especially if it's mental and emotional. Downplay. It can only be if you're in the military for the people. Call me crazy. Maybe I just knew too much. Call me insane. Maybe I am. So I knew too much. Looked like it to a bunch of people that just aren't that intelligent. I had to deal with it in the past when I was a kid. Not the first time. See what I mean? Look at him. I know this, and yeah, it's better, and can't keep and looking around, tap, 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 and you just pay for. Got a lawyer to be walked into. Someone that likes to see a lot of angles about people talk. Right into a job I knew they would want. I don't think people really get me on that. Instead of boasting, it's like, I don't think you really notice how much I know how smart I am. And yet I choose to just simply not do that because, truthfully, it's mean. It's an advantage that's insanely high. It's like, oh yeah, no, I can just say things and people will just, yeah. You know what I mean? It's like I have a literal spell I can just place on people. Sometime later, something happens. This scares me. I don't want to abuse people like my family. I don't want to become terrible dicks of the companies and marketings and propaganda and war machines and industrial complexes of the government and the creator garbage shit fest have never addressed their issues and tried to figure out these basic bitch things that kind of sustain them, hold themselves together for their narcissism and lack of ability to feel comfortable with themselves and valid. I never get to share any of my stuff because I just am never appreciated. Welcome to the club. You think about it? Like, seriously, look at all of you in your minds for a moment. If you're like me, who actually genuinely and knows the damage, of course I don't want to turn into that. Fuck you. So I got him a place that he's happy now. Okay, cool. I'm gonna let it slide. She thinks I'm finally growing up. Oh, look at that one. It's like a child to a parent. There you go, mom, dad. You're growing up, huh? Uh huh. That's real nice of you. Thanks, kid. Uh huh. Meanwhile, immature child parents I've had the entire time. No, I'll get into therapy. And it takes time to change. I'm not changing, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to therapy. It's a delay tactic. Learn the right words, that kind of thing. Pass the buck on to you. You're the one that caused all the problems. You need to do. I already did the work. I'm already doing the thing. I don't need to do anything for you. I don't have to care about you. Like, honestly, I don't have to care about your feelings, your thoughts, or whatever. But, you know, you've done it my entire life. You're obligated, is what you feel, right? Right? It's these subtle little social peer pressure because they're narcissists. They care tremendously about what the family and others might think of them. They have to look good. They're covert about it. That's how that works, right? Meanwhile, how come you don't care? You have to care about my feelings. Shouted at me by my mother with others around. It's like, no, I don't. No, I don't. No, I mean, like, I can, but if you're going to use them against me, me actually sympathizing and empathizing with you and caring about that, which is what you're doing, then no, I don't. Go fuck yourself. Meanwhile, they try to spin the same thing on me. Say, oh, look at the narcissist. Yeah. Look at all these things that definitely destroy that whole idea of you doing that to me is reasonable somehow. You know what I mean? It's not hard. Yeah, I still think about this because it's like, oh, this is the spoon versus the fork argument. I'm like, I'm looking at my family. They all hate me. I'm the black sheep. But like, no, I'll be the pretend one. I'm the one that's liked because I'm the most successful in the family and all the rest of it. And I have to go along with my girlfriend that I have to live with and I have to deal with. Meanwhile, forks. It's like, which type of, is it emotional? Because it's really based upon what you want, to use, right? Because that's what that really is. If you really break that down, isn't it? But it's like spoons across the board for most of any food that you're probably going to eat are going to be the ones that you're going to want. They're more, objectively speaking, useful across the board, generally speaking. Meanwhile, the more successful, more well liked in the family adult sister that's older, who eats ice cream with her fork, is going to argue for fork with her lawyer boyfriend. I already see how this is gonna go. Meanwhile, I had him on the, like for what it's worth, but there's like, oh yeah, no, I can't. It's like I already know that this is the correct answer, but like, I still remember this because I'm like, this is a literal textbook classic definition of societal social peer pressuring and going along with someone that's more liked. Popular vote stuff that doesn't mean in any way that they're correct, which is a logical fallacy, that you learn in therapy. A bunch of people can all jump on board with a incorrect thing, and the actual true correct thing, which this isn't the spoon fork thing, this is a general statement of like, let's say it was science. Then turns it into, what do you know? A bunch of people believe incorrectly something, and then only a few people go over to the right side, and then the rest they're like going to continue keeping something that doesn't work and isn't correct, and so on, continuing. Then it's like, well, what if we gave you, like the anti-vaxxers, this information that shows you that you're wrong, objectively, factually incorrect in all ways? They button down their hatches, and, all that, all the things, and nope, I'm going to ignore it. And I think it's interpreted incorrectly. It's like, could you give us where that might be? Like, don't get me wrong, we're not perfect. All right, like for real. Like science isn't perfect, dude. Like, shut up. You know what I mean? There can be some but generally this is working, and we've seen it work, and it's still working, and it might not know every fucking thing, but like, still, what's up? No, because and this thing, no, that's objectively false. We don't put that in there, and that isn't what it does. And while you might have this immune system response, it's extraordinarily rare, and we can eventually piece that out. You know, but you're objectively wrong. Meanwhile, behold, other parts of science, even throughout all of the STEM fields that exist. And then different products, different political ideologies, and various creators and their attitudes. Meanwhile, the lawyers among them will all go, yeah, no, I use that all the time, depending on the jurors and how much I actually look at them and see whether or not I can spin this for them in a perspective that makes them think that it's more this way versus that way. Get guilty or not. To the judge that also, here's the rules and the interpretation in our perspective. No, the big guys up there said it's this. You mean the conservative majority fucking shit? I'm seeing a lot of fucking absolute massive flaws in this shit that don't work well. It's a riot for anyone that's willing to use that, take advantage of others. Meanwhile, me, yeah, I don't really want to do that. Here's a job you might like, but you're going to feel like you work towards it yourself. That's usually what you should do, is that's what therapists do. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I know what you're doing, therapist, but actually, I'm going to just, move on and put that out of my head. Truthfully, that's not a bad idea. Thanks. I appreciate the advice. Same thing with you, spinster science. Let me just. There's still something there. Let me see. Moving on throughout life. I'm always catching their angles, seeing what they're trying there. Oh my god, that person's just going to be direct with me. Ooh, I like that. Oh, that's autism. Uh-huh. Talk about being mature. Apparently, autism is just being mature. Look at them, the mature ones. We're not going to try and spin and subtly manipulate you and all this other fucking stupid enable excusey bullshitty peer pressury crap. Yeah, it's autism. Get the fuck ups. From the highest visible reaches that filter on down through all the little medias and more articles, down to bare, raw, real as a homeless person. Still there. That was my time homeless in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. A confirmation with many experiences and tons of historical precedent and data that shows that's pretty much all you ever do and you've not stopped. Sucks to be you, huh? Other mature person, willing to be direct. I know, right? Apparently that makes us a genius. God, right? Just being able to admit that, do that, understand. How does that make sense? Such a weird one, you know? It really is. It's so weird to me for a while. End up realizing all of the little things. So it doesn't take long to just stop and think for a second. My mother is so similar, I find, for myself. And the story of Deed, some douchewad and Tumblr that wrote a bunch of fan fiction for Harry Potter. Wrap them up, spin them, spin them, spin them, spin them. Crazy, crazy, chaos, chaos, chaos. Stress, 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 stress. You got to think about it this way. Don't think further. Don't look at. That's my mom. That's my father. Sometimes that's my older sister. That's my younger sister. When I would do it, oh, you're so terrible that you're doing that. Just copying you. Meanwhile, it's not working on me. I know what you're doing. The whole family's good at that. You know what I mean? I mean, we were all back and forth on each other. See what I mean? Let's talk about education, right? Right? I don't think you get it. I'm really good at that. I was already doing it before they even realized they knew how to do it. As I saw the patterns, I recognized how to. It was really quick and easy for me to figure out. My mom was doing it with my father all the time. My father would do it with, you know what I mean? It's like, take a look at your online feed. Take a look at your news. Take a look at everything else. What's going on? Next. Don't focus. Don't think. Don't think. Don't think. Don't think. This. Only option. Never look outside of our box. Look at the science. They do the same thing. Look at the media, politics, companies, creators. Just the same as it was when I was homeless. What did I do? I stopped and I thought. I made sure I had time. Shocker. Disrupted them. Every time, seems. They need you not to have time, not to think, not to have moments. That's their whole shtick. It's what they do. You can break them down easily. Showcase what they're likely to do, the intention behind it, the meaning and hope and blah, blah. It's like, all right, let's break this down and do the equivalent of just have a real discussion where there's respect between each other. It's like, why do I have to get the fucking knife out? What's this? What is this? Doesn't make any sense. They hate this in group and family therapies, and they want to take control. You know? No, you see, pay, authority, this one. Meanwhile, me, almost got away with it. Try and make you feel really bad. Emotional. That's how they disorganize, disorient, chaotic, induced, anxiety, fever, stress. So what happens if you have to actually validate their side and you will have to actually argue your side, especially when there's an objective truth at the end of it, right? Like there's a truth that's no matter what, I don't care what your feelings are, that's true. Doesn't matter what you want or like, fuck off. The truth is this. They don't like that. People get real upset real fast if you're a person like myself that'll do that. I did that all the time with my family. It's like, if you're so smart, and then, I was online researching all of this before we had this whole fucking argument. Meanwhile, yeah, but meanwhile, that's my fucking adult mother. She's not a child, huh? That's immature as fuck. I'm not even out of fucking elementary school. You can imagine the same thing with PhDs, right? Hey, look at this. You didn't account for blah, 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 blah. Oh, really? PhD? I didn't, huh? Me with the nun? Hey, they at least allow for a few months of training before they go box. You want to let me in on that? How about we go mano a mano? Huh? Give me your professor. Let's work it out. Let's figure it out. Come on. Oh, no. Where are you going? Where are you going? What's up, man? Where are you going? Shocker. They wouldn't want that, it seems like. Narcissists, a lot of them. I'm with okay, sure. Let me just go over some of the basic roughs and break it down. Have even near close the amount of fucking effort you put in. Professional versus this is random motherfucking dude. Let me see if I can figure it out. Doop doop dop da doop diddy dop dop doop 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 doop. Why are you going away? You don't want to fucking continue? Where are you going? Where are you going? Every time they fucking go away, they don't want to hear it. I wonder if that's because it's a person like myself that because of how close and or just how accurate I really am without any of their words and knowledge, right? That clearly showcases I would 100% be able to put together with a little bit of math and everything else a good thesis, enough to the point where I could get money and even possibly perform the experiment and, what do you know, be accredited, legitimate, and valid like you are. I wonder how much that would bother a bunch of people that would spend hundreds of thousands sometimes getting their PhD. Would it be that bad that someone's that intelligent and they could just show up and do it? I bet you they would have a little bit of an ego issue, you know? Showcases itself off often in a large amount of those creator spaces. You know what I mean? It really does. It really, really does. Especially in politics, especially in all of this. Truthfully. So you can do it so much, dude. Disabled, seriously mentally ill, trying to get my shit together. Why don't you just do this? It's some fucking what are you doing? You're the one that's fucking functional. You're the one that has the fucking ability to go over there and do these things and fight for this, put some shit together. Why don't you try? Since you're so much better than me, right? Because you know why. Come on. It's like, no, my science is good. Okay, sure. Hubble constants are bad now. Oh, shocker. Turns out we weren't measuring things correctly. Oh, just like I said on Dr. Becky's video several times. And in my own video, describing that very same, multiple times, by the way. Meanwhile, a couple decades recently, actually, that's within my own lifetime, they were like, this is the constant. Meanwhile, I'm looking at quantum physics over here. Oh, there's a few things that have changed recently. Turns out they were right. There is a boson. I don't know if you noticed this, but it doesn't seem like you're perfectly right over there. Maybe you might want to listen. See, an article comes out. Hey, maybe we're not sensing things correctly with how it is we're setting up our experiments and our sensors and the data and how we interpret it. It didn't go very far, but it's still there. It's effectively the whole rundown of the whole article. Meanwhile, several different times even added physics.org, basically stating the same fucking thing on my YouTube channel. The article comes out a few fucking months later. Doesn't, down the line, from ear to ear, person to person, eventually. There's no way. It's just similar thinking to someone else. Huh. Rumor mills. Homeless. Pittsfield. There's no way you're being paranoid. You could have been in that shelter. This was you would have been better. You could have maybe worked a job. Look at the fucking fuck up idiots that didn't consider the following. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Ding, 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 ding. They don't consider nothing, it seems like, outside of their own one particular view. It's like, if you can do all this stuff, how come you're not rich? Okay. Really? We're the smartest gentleman ever to have existed. Died with I guess, apparently we have to go with heart attack or whatever. Wasn't killed by the government when he started writing, basically, we should kind of change our economy and no longer be capitalist and representative nations. I mean, all this. Randomly had a heart attack. Government started noting him. He had these books going. It's paranoid. What kind of autopsy did they do, man? Just like Alan Turing. You know what I mean? Oh man, that guy just heart attack. The war was over. He was gay. Didn't fit in. Okay. Good old America. Fucking goddamn it. No, that's poppycock paranoia. It's schizo. Sure. Turns out there's a lot of ways to hide that information. We don't even know the full extent of MK Ultra. Yeah, the CIA wasn't even found until after that guy died. Yeah. Yeah, the not rich, smart person. Huh. Yeah, I'm starting to see a pattern here. Anyone that challenges this government status quo, there's no way that they would be, rumor mill. Now, yes, I am leading you to this conclusion, but is it so insane to simply be a little cautious and make sure you might not have that issue and risk to take? Is that really that bad? Why do you see that as foolish to take account a variable that might be very serious if it's there? I see a idiot trying to argue a bad choice and decision and view as if they're not an idiot somehow. Look at the fuck up. Did you live as the homeless person? Do you know how easy it is for people to use any reason? Let me just go over all of history over here in America. Say there's these black people who just completely got away with it. They just killed a whole bunch of them. Look at the savages and the Americans. Killed a whole bunch of them, raped them, got rid of their culture, and all they do is get a little pittance. Look at these gay people. Until it started affecting us, we're not going to help them. All I saw was a bunch of idiots lying to themselves. At least they were willing, the raw, homeless individuals, to be honest. Unlike your fucking dumbass. They knew it's a thing. Come on! Fuck ups. You know what I mean? There's no way hackers would have been there to steal some of your ideas. You're paranoid. I'm never even gonna look. Oh, I know that you were right about how this could be done for hacking. They could spy, and that was declassified later for hacking. They can listen in even more ways than we thought, even using the home circuits of our own fucking goddamn house, electrical, as a field effect. Microphone. Hmm. It seems like all I ever do is hear a bunch of people that aren't very intelligent and knowledgeable lie a lot. I don't know, man. Seems kind of off. Maybe I'm crazy. I just knew too much. It's easy to get a bunch of people to believe a bunch of bullshit, isn't it? And gaslight someone as if they're not credible. And then that person has to explain to them all the ways which they refute and ignore and lies they have to deny as to how this can go on for them to continue believing their bullshit and not change their mind. Therapists have a lot of understanding about that. They have to slowly work the devil's advocacy angle and get them to get around their stupid, bad belief systems. So eventually, they admit maybe, yeah, okay, there's something there. And they get somewhere. Maybe they weren't all this bad evil. Well, what would that mean then? What would that change about how it is you act and think about them? All the whites, all the blacks, all the Jews, all the Christians, all the all the schizos. It's not possible. Every I just faking, or no, he because he's smart. Every man. That's right, every man. No, he has to be this. Oh man, looks like you got yourself in a bit of a bind there. Quite stuck. Looks like you fell over, trying to twist your body in a bunch of mental gymnastics to just fucking constantly believe your bullshit. Sounds like a bunch of idiots kept going on about nothing. I mean it. Come on, look at it. I have to go over to the fucking scientist over here that they'll bring in for a court case, huh? All right, so you have a clear bias, you have this, and you consider this, and this, and this, and that, and that, and how that could affect this, and Meanwhile, the jury, I hate this guy. I don't like you. This puts doubt into everything I think about you. What's up, lawyers? How you been? And yet I still managed to get you to get that job, huh, Andrew? And yet, just like that, if a popular opinion in person is there, it still goes the wrong way. Justice isn't served, the bias continues, and a bunch of people agree with something that's incorrect. Even investigators do it. Even scientists. Real hard when you're a mature person. You just go, hi, so what about this? And the person goes, yeah, no, I get what you mean, huh? Yeah, what do you know? Ah, fuck, we're surrounded by this. Stuck in the middle with you. Jack is on the right, hands on the left. Stuck in the middle with you. Hurts, doesn't it? Surrounded by that. And they think, no, you're just thinking you're better than us. You're not that smart. You have a schizoid and grandiose and narcissist. But you know, the idiot wants to defend their ego and personality, and internal inferiority and security problems. The jealousy and envy is real with my family. Look, you're already starting to show off your narcissistic traits. Better than me because of the plaque? Which one? This paper? Couldn't possibly understand. Try me. I wouldn't want you to get an advantage or know what I'm thinking or doing or how to interpret this. I need them to on my side. Only this way of viewing, so we win and get what we want out of this result. So you know that it can be interpreted differently, and you know that if those things are there, which they've been showing off that they have been, then you're wrong and incorrect. The jury should side with me. That's what you stated, even if you didn't directly state that. You know that you're fighting for something that is factually a lie. They don't do that. They don't. No conspiracies. Paranoia. Paranoia, paranoia, conspiracy, conspiracy, he's schizo. Take your meds. Calm down. When the person that's gone through it has to tell you that should tell you something. You're freaking out because you know there's something there. You just don't want to know how deep. You're the anti-vaxxer. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. Meanwhile, rumors. Homeless. Devil you know, devil you don't. I tried to make the best decision I could. Why are you going after me for that? As if you are me. I believed you could do this. Yeah, that's a false belief. You're not me. Get rid of that. It's not objective. You're an idiot. You didn't take into account. Maybe that just isn't the case. Like you say with my stuff over here. Maybe that's just not the case. And that happened. You were that smart so early. You were like that. Statistically, it can happen. Some people are like me. It's just rare. Doesn't mean it's not there. Did you ever consider that? Probably not, because, of course, if someone's a very rare person, they come around every so often and they shake your belief system up. Only this, and I can usually get that right most of the time, so much so that I can just, everything is, basically. But it's not. You get that, right? They do exist. Those things happen. People are like me that are that intelligent. They don't not exist. You don't just hear them only on the news. There are others that aren't that. They aren't going to suddenly pass college. Those are just the ones they want to show off that they're that intelligent that way. That's the only way to view intelligence. Our system. This IQ is the only way. We have a whole, building, people that say so. There's these tests that, when you break them down, aren't very consistent or good at determining that. But, no, it's that. That's all it is. Meanwhile, that happened. That happened. That happened. That happened. Especially with a family, I have to fucking tone it down, guys. They are that jealous. Man, why do my friends like this guy all the time? They always talk about him. Even my friends at my job. I'm so angry and jealous of you. Every one of them. Every fucking multiple times. It's just like a once a year thing, it seems. Maybe I should tone it down. Oh my god, even the school kids are starting to get jealous and look at me bad. I'm frumpy. I'm dumb. I'm stupid. I'm getting liked a little bit more. What do you know? Seem to understand things a little different. That happened, though. That happened. Never happened. R/never happened. He's just above average and thinks himself to be way more than he is. Proceeds to look at the rest of YouTube. Fucking hell. I'm not gonna listen to all of that. Are you kidding me? I'm not gonna look at something that changes my mind. I'm not gonna do the work, and I'm gonna form an opinion based upon bad evidence and Uh, very lackluster amounts of work. What's up, scientists? Investigators? You need shiny, shiny graphic cards! You need to do it my way! Degree! You're clear as mud, says this apparently, supposedly, an engineer that they're really smart, they can know things, they know what I'm talking about, write it down, they finally can understand it. If I have to listen to this guy, though, and try and imagine, if you will, do a little thought experimentation, I don't understand. What is he saying? You know, scientists often have a lack of imagination. I think there's a smart guy that a lot of people appreciate as smart called Einstein that said it was more important than just fucking knowing something. You know what I mean? I write it down, they suddenly are able to grasp it. Ooh. Meanwhile, me with aphantasia, or aphasia, whatever when it is, to varying degrees, I've got that. Didn't stop me from using it. I put in the work. I kept putting in that work. And I got there. Now I can't put in spreadsheets, can't do some of these math and whatever fuck. But I know what it is that they're talking about, even if they think I don't, because I didn't do blah blah blah. Which is actually what they put you through a PhD course to effectively get to the point of knowledge and understanding of a given type of subject or any of it. In a lot of the other intricate details and how it could ultimately relate to these smaller things, to larger scales of things. I've got that already. But man, this institutional way of doing it, which costs you a lot, puts you into a debt slave, and doesn't really allow for much more than some connections and some people around. It's the only way. No, it's not. There's nothing special about this guy. They wouldn't be there. He didn't post a little bit before it started happening. There's no other situation. I don't know. Hmm. I refuse to even think about it deeply or investigate. That takes so much time, and I'm going to just form that he's this. I am the hospital staff, the parents, therapists, online retard armchair investigators, and more. Held back, hindered belief systems. Retardation. To retard something is to hold it back and hinder it. They're retards by their belief systems and views and how they go about things, account for stuff, put in the work. That's what I call that because I'm not a therapist. They call it cognitive dissonance and mind traps and logical fallacies, fantastical thinking. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, they're circling the drain over there, trying to imagine I am. You get it? The phrase circling the drain. They're already dead and gone if you look at from my perspective. How am I going to pull you out? You factually and always refuse to open up and consider things outside of that perspective and view. I'm totally willing. You just haven't gotten anything that makes me incorrect or changes any of my direction of thought, which my therapist helped me with. And I do myself already, all the time. But you refuse straight up to do it. Meanwhile, look at this PhD that knows about this quantum fucking wave function. Oh no, he's right about that. That could work. Or that does work. That is a thing. This engineer. Yeah. This programmer. Oh, yeah. More. Huh. Sounds an awful lot like you're a fucking dumbass who's trying to argue for something that isn't true. Look at you, fuck up. Trying to go on like you're able to spin this with your grandstanding soapboxing arguments that aren't even working for the ones that you're trying to use them against. When we know, I know, they know, it's just because they don't want to change. And I don't have to get you on my side. I don't care. Get wrecked. Get fucked. Go die. I don't care. This isn't about you. You're not here in my life. I don't have to give you power. You're like my fucking family. I don't have to convince you. Fuck ups. Why'd you think I'd give you that kind of power, retards? You ever see how lame you are? You still go on and on like you know something when you don't. The person, like my older sister, oh, you're growing up, you're getting more mature. Look at this person. Oh, you're starting to see more. Oh, really? Am I? Oh, nice one. Yeah. Look at the fuck ups over there. Oh, I'll let you have that. Oh, thanks, guys. Have you considered? I'm not gonna go through that. That's all. That's so much. Fuck. That's so much. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, wow, man, that damage over time, huh? Really get you. It's a lot of weight. Yeah, I can't carry all this. Like fucking crumbling against my own fucking. Oh God. Fine, I have to do a little of this work. Fuck. Before I form any opinions. No, no, I don't wanna. But I have to do this thing that he really can't because he doesn't have an income. And while he might understand the concepts and what he says will work, certainly can't do it because, of course, he can't even work a job. Are you insane, you retards? Look at you fuck ups. Been homeless because he tried to force himself to do what you thought he could do. Gaslit himself. Look at you fucking dicks. You hope he kills himself. Right? That's what they'd probably say. Anyone that's in that camp with the mature side has to deal with all of you fuck ups. Meanwhile, me. Yeah, that's exactly what you are. It's pretty easy to fucking see. You want me to get this up here and not talk anymore. Eh, stop challenging me. Fucking. It's like everything I say about this is wrong. Yeah, you didn't do that much work on that side, did you? Here's a solution to what those problems are that you're having. That's an ADHD problem. You know what I mean? Oh, did you want the advice or not? Let me relate to you. I'm having this issue. This isn't going to help me. I just want to vent in anger. Well, here's a bunch of solutions to all of those issues. I'm sorry I was smart enough to see how to get around it. See what I mean? You laugh. Of course you're going to laugh. Look at them. Just yelling and screaming like it means anything. They're right. I'm right. Me. That's how I see you. Here's a bunch of doubt that you didn't like. What if you did the work? What would you find? What if you do the work like I talk about? Types of ways they could hack, types of people that you could get involved with, get that information, and all the rest. Yeah, but I don't. Holy. There's even gray ways. They're still technically legal. That'd be really rough. I don't like the idea of that. I don't care what you like. If you're gonna fucking put me down, you better be willing to fucking handle a few jabs. Here's a knife to your fucking throat. Get it? Shut the fuck up. Don't say anything at all. Especially since you're not nice. It's not useful. You're not helping. You're terrible trash pieces of shit. Deal with it. Leave it alone. Move on. Go back to being, apparently it's wrong to say this, a non playable character. Go about your routine day after day after day after day after day. Same thing, slightly different, and all the rest. Apparently, you want to treat it like it's a game, not like it's real life. You ever think about that? Andrew saying that? Thinking that was reasonable? I treat this as like my life, my issues. You treat it like it's a game, like it doesn't matter. You fuck ups. There's a person there. Has been hurt and was homeless for a time in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Those people were garbage, just FYI. But I don't see them any different than the vast majority of people online. And you can get about that, but you haven't done anything that makes me not see it that way. You get what I mean? You need to grow the hell up, mature a little, progress. Don't take this as a personal attack. There's some criticisms here that you got to address. That's what therapy is about. Hey, you know what? Despite the fucking abusers and everything else, you still had some shit there that you should probably, you know, change. It's still a thing. Even if they are your abusers, there's still good advice there. That's something I had to personally fucking figure out. You know? But I didn't blame them. I blamed myself. That's the problem. I didn't blame my family. I blamed myself for everything. I thought that they were good, and that's why I viewed myself as the woman in a an abuse shelter later on. I tried desperately to fucking get them to change and be someone that wasn't the abuser. That they'd get better. That they cared and shit. Never worked. The moment I started accepting that they were this and I have to treat it like that, it's the moment I got better. Same thing with you fucking dicks online. Any other hackers and so on. You're not good. There's nothing there that's going to ever resolve or absolve any of you from this shit. You're the bad ones. That's just how that works. How do you think the whole jury, you know what I mean? What if I pick apart every one of their little perspectives? What about you in the crowd that might listen? What if I destroyed your little concepts? What if you could believe it? What if you realized that you had some issues and you should maybe just comment some questions? Maybe go through my entire YouTube channel as a big old FAQ, as if it's not essentially going to go over all of this before. I pretty much talked about all of this before, and it's on my YouTube. You have questions, do a little bit of work before you try and ask. Doesn't it annoy you when someone continuously brings up something and asks over and over? Right? It does, right? Have a little self-awareness, right? You ever see yourselves? Probably not. You ever try and see it from my side and perspective? That's perspective-based thinking. I had to do that. I had to look. real hard. I had to think real hard. I had to continuously do it. I talk about therapy like it's a never-ending gym routine. Like you wake up and then you do it every day. You go to a place where you take a slight break and you reassess with your coach, effectively. And then you go through all the reps every day, every damn time. That's all you get. It's constant, never-ending work, and eventually it gets easier. That initial felt like it was a fucking ton, then starts looking like it's a little tiny, tiny little kettlebell. Nothing, you know? I'm just lifting up a cup. And you get on, and it's like, look at this 100 pound. Yeah, this is nothing. Oh, yeah, easy. How do you do that? How do you just tank that shit? It's not easy, let me tell you. It's a lot of fucking moments before this point. Meanwhile, any bodybuilder or strong man or woman or any of that will tell you exactly that. There's a lot of moments before that point. That'll build up. That's what that is. Just like with me and the science and technology and physics and all the rest that I know. It's gotta be willing to work with me. You know what I mean? Like if you want me to do something, it's okay, but I need help to run those numbers, to know certain aspects. You know what I mean? And how it is we're gonna do this, and I gotta have people just as much as anyone else. You look at any major YouTuber, the vast majority of them have people to help them edit and or come up with things, even if it is the crowd or ideas. You know what I mean? There's something wrong with that. It's just why is it that me having these issues is suddenly no longer in the brain when you think I could just do this? Perspective based thinking. You have to understand that you have to take away your side, treat the person as valid and having these issues, and hey, what if it wasn't the way I thought? What if it wasn't the paranoia and anxiety and stress of this person just trying to, you know? What if it really is this? What if it is that way for them? I had to do that with my mother and my father. For wide as they might have abused me, as I meditated and trying to do kind of my own type of thing for objective reasoning and looks at my abuse. I've been through almost every goddamn fucking therapy that exists. There might be some new ones, I don't know. Done alternative treatments with the psychedelics too, and cannabis as well. I've gone through every fucking goddamn medication multiple times. Child, teen, and young adult, and then again as an older adult. Give it a rest. It's a lot of moments before this point. I'm treatment resistant with a paradoxical reaction profile because of my ADHD. I've done all of your therapy and I've put it into practice. There's not much there. Healing for me is going to be finding people I can trust and talk to genuinely, open up to, not be hurt. Healing for me is going to be an intimate relationship, travel around, kind of, I can do that. Not have the whole thing be terrible. Not have to defend myself from all the fucking shit that I went through. Explain myself. Why should I explain myself to you? What do you think you deserve from me? Wrong. You don't. You don't deserve any explanation. You will never deal with it. You want me to trust or whatever? Yeah. You're a person that just wanted to listen. You're not in a relationship with me. Can you realize that? Oh, I'm scared of you doing this. That's irrelevant garbage. Don't care. You're not in my life. Get out of here. Your feelings mean nothing. You're not in my life. Get the fuck out. I don't care. It shouldn't matter, and it doesn't. Stop giving him power. Who cares? That's the crowd, though, for you. That's narcissists. I can't imagine that they would just not be angry enough to, and go the way I want. Here's a bunch of reasons why. Have you addressed any of those? No, and not even a little. I see. So you're a bunch of fucking idiots. Get out of here. Don't care. Your opinions mean nothing, they're not valid, and everything that you perceive this to be has already been accounted for and addressed. Why am I having an argument with you? Probably because you're one of those grudge holding pieces of shit that thinks they know everything. That thinks they deserve my effort and time. That is worthwhile or valuable, and I need you to be in my life. Or to think like me or something. Whatever it is, I don't. You're the narcissist, the ego tripper. But man, do you like to gaslight and try and spin it to someone else. But do you want me on your side? I don't care if you are or aren't. This is what it is. I don't fucking care. That's what therapy's about, though, by the way. They don't need to be on your side. It's just them talking, asking questions. See what I mean? Do you see why I don't give a fuck about you? You're already trying to treat this as if it's something it's not. I'm just venting, dumbasses. See how quickly the therapists get angry? That's why. Why are you so smart? Why? You know, how can I help? Maybe if you. So you did. Fucking get out. Oh, wow. They're showing it off eventually, the little cracks in their facade of a mask. The work they still need to do in themselves. They're not real good therapists, I'll tell you that much. The issues I have, hey, let me just. All of this. No, parents. Uh-huh. No, I've done that, I've done that, I've done that, I've done that. No. If you had the evidence that I have gone through effectively, this is my life. Man, I was sure in the right mind to just record everything, take a bunch of pictures. That doesn't look schizophrenic where I have a massive, huge, ginormous presentation of mini photos and all the how Charlie Day skits, how they connect spreadsheets and more. I need to do that for you. There's no investigatives. Oh, because he's just right. You guys look like idiots to me. But what if it could not be? Discuss that. But what if this? It could. Why do you always discuss the only this that we already think of it is? Why? Because I don't want to do that. And that would require a lot of work, and I would have to just focus on you a lot. Put an effort to change my mind. Oh, so therapy is hard. You would have to face value and maybe put a little effort in, especially when it's showing off with logic and reasoning that stands for your peer review testing. I guess you don't like patients like that, huh? Too bad you're not much of a patient person, doc. Right? Just, I'm the Morty. I'm the Michael J. Fox character. Probably what you went with because the related thing with the dimensional thinking of ADHD, similar. Anyways, point is, not really. It's just a dig. You're a doctor, your PhD, you're whatever. You already have the ego that you're a better person than most, right? Because you see all this and you experience that. Meanwhile, really? All right, let me poke holes in that. This is going to hurt you. It's going to chew you up, spit you the fuck out. And you might genuinely just have nothing there and you'll have an ego dissolutional moment. And you'll defend doggedly to the internal personality that you feel you are. Because you based it upon these qualifiers of this degree, this job, this money, and some of these little moments I really showed off that I can do something. Let me break it down, huh? Just a little. So you know this, but it's not that. It won't be that. Why? It's quite similar. Why wouldn't they do it? There are other people that are just like you. Why wouldn't they be doing it? Um, no, so that's an obvious tick out. These qualifiers mean nothing. They only highlight a certain amount of information that you've gained, right? And you readily use consistently. Oh, yeah. All right, so tick, that's gone. That means nothing for your intelligence. All right, we're going to move forward. These experiences you've had. Okay, so you know how terrible people are and can get. They don't have jobs. They don't do the same thing in those jobs. Flick, gone again. Another logical fallacy. Certainly can't be in your fields of study or anything. Flick, another one gone. The personality of you better than others? Yeah, sure, you're talented in a given thing that you put a lot of effort in. Are you better in all these other ways for your personality and how you treat others and so on and so forth for how it is you think and realize your cognitive dissonance, the similarities, perspective-based thinkings, and more for Saunderisms and what led to these things that temper your emotions for those people doing those actions. Flick, flick, and flick. You don't, do you? No, not really. Told you. So, those are the basics. We can get deeper into it. Because it's like, no, no, no. Well, I'm not like this terrible person that I was raised with as the abuser in my life or trying to help them. So scared. Help us. I need to have control and try and do something. Flick, flick. Would that be a rational justification for others? That they perceive are being harmed, overreacting, and ultimately trying to protect them. Pearl clutches. You know what I mean? So on. Would that make you disregard information that challenges what you see as being correct? Yes, it has. Flick, flick, flick. Now, no, it's wrong to look the other way for these things, except I do it for this. And I am special, and I have a good reason. You think that side does? And they see it's a good reason, even if you don't? Flick, flick, flick. So, where's your rationalizations and justifications going? It's illegal, it's illegal, it's illegal. Flick, flick, flick. You do illegal things all the time. What's different about this one? Well, it's different because I perceive it to be this much bigger and harder and worse. But they don't. Flick, flick, flick. That's their personalities. Uh, so they would never, and why, and, um, flick. Oh, you're down at the bottom there, on the ground, realizing you have nothing you can say. You've already used all the same reasons that they, on that side, are using that you perceive to be the worst. How are you going to build yourself back up? Are you going to use the same comfortable reasons? Or are you going to grow? Really work it out, suss it, really piece together why and how and where that emotion and that feeling of justification for this thing comes from for either this greater picture or your own internal and so on, and have to accept those things as being you. You're going to have to build yourself up. All right. What are your reasons? Do they stand mustard to you and maybe someone else? Now do you see why a narcissist can look so similar to a person like myself? Instead of a rationalizer or a justifier, an enabler, an excuser, there's a bigger picture that's going to help people that I use. They're actually genuinely decent and good, and it challenges the current way that you feel things are with capitalism, your economy, and the general gist of your government and how people are. It starts looking at them very, very critically because a lot of them do this. Then it goes into your psychology, your science, your technology, your engineering, your mathematics, and your programming. How your laws were made and what made you feel as though that was morally or ethically correct and justified. No, this is brainwashing 101. You mean marketing? Propagandizing? You know that, right? It's literally the same. Button it up. Here's some insecurities. I'll fucking pray on it. Why this? No, you're no longer insecure, maybe? Hey guys, we're all terrified of this possible thing in the science. Maybe this. But it doesn't address all these other things. No. But it's but does it make you feel more comfortable? Maybe the truth you keep saying is stranger than fiction. But that one seems more like the false truth that I want to believe. God damn it. Shockingly, that's panning out to be that way. Let's take a look at it. Oh, that does seem to work, but what about if, these things that interact with that and influence and all these other variables? Please don't do that. Meanwhile, my whole fucking goddamn YouTube channel is basically that. Hey, what do I bridge this gap of scale and influence and all the rest of it so it's easier for you to grasp and understand? Outside of your given perspective and very narrow view and these given fields of study. Hey, don't do that. I would never believe that you could. Fucking damn it. Okay, I'm starting to see that you are really deep down there, huh? Is the ego gone? I'm fighting really hard to pretend. I see that. Because it's most likely statistically, I got a few of you if you're willing to consider being open minded for a while. Because if you don't know, most of you PhDs that have gotten there and been around for a bit know these inherent and every way implicit problems that are in a lot of your fields of study. Same thing with society and more. Shouldn't be very difficult to grasp why it is I would be saying what I'm doing and saying I'm saying. Instead of challenging, and it's like, no, I agree, but it does do the, but hmm? And have you maybe done it this way? It's a little bit more accurate and possibly accounts for more variables that could have survivorship bias these issues that you say are not there. What? Yeah, God, not that one again. You don't see the only and this one and these which could have been. No, they call that noise. No, they're accountable variables. That's a survivorship bias. No, but that's a lot of work, and I don't want to do that. Fuck you, you lazy piece of shit. Look at you. Yeah. Hey, does this change how it is that you're going to view a patient like me? And the validity of what it is they might be saying, which you believe is manic somehow? And in psychosis? Which sometimes I am, don't get me wrong. That's PTSD, though. Seems to bring up pretty often around that time. But still, I know when I am. You ever notice that? And then you look at the rest of the science, you never know what could very well be there influencing beyond just the brain kind of glitching. Would that alter your perception of how people could hack and influence you from outside into your brain? You know, I released this video called the Sonic Lightning Laser. I'm sorry, the Sonic Laser Lightning Bolt gun. Know anything about field and waveguides and functions? You can absolutely influence the brain from afar with a little Wi-Fi and interference constructive styles. If you know how and when and where and so on. know the math, know the physics. Turns out we've already studied that, and it can be done. We actually have devices that are supposed to be useful to varying degrees to help us with our depression and more. But they can also be influencing parts of our brain to increase the likelihood of these issues going through. Just as nukes can become generators, they can also be bombs. It's impossible from afar! I don't think so, man. Have you considered any of these followings that make you change your mind? My neurobiology! Fucking shiza! Oh no. That's not in my textbooks. I wasn't raised to know about that when I was in a formative year of college. That was very exciting, incredibly stimulating to my personality being formed around it. Are you sure about that? Especially when you're in a school, it's essentially work. And they infantilize you for doing that work. They put it down and invalidate how serious it is. Then you're separated and you work with yourself and a few little mentors, and that's it. Quite mature, actually, if you think about it. And no, I'm different and I'm better. I wonder why they get a complex consistently in their teenage years when they suddenly realize there's so much of this stuff that they're not seeing. Those adults that apparently control them and know so much more. Yeah, they seem to invalidate each other. Oh, no, Mom, you were right later on, except, no, actually, wait. I'm going to invalidate because I was already primed my experience and what I was doing. And I'm going to actually use that when I'm an adult. But no, 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 you, child, you didn't. Oh, wait a second. I'm seeing a lot of shocking, constant, consistent bullshittery of survivorship bias. And wow, that's a really bad noise of your data that highly changes what it could be and mean, not to mention your replication crisis of extraordinary proportions. And then historical evidence that precedes it to be not what you're saying, which is why you have issues. Yeah, shit. Homeless in Pittsfield, huh? Massachusetts. Ah, you went to do this. Oh, you went to do that. Oh, that's what it was. My belief system bias that says you shouldn't, and that would have meant all the change. If you, because a dick and bad psycho. Look at people not taking responsibility or accountability for their decisions, believing something that is false, not taking into account someone else's, comparing themselves to the person that they don't want to perceive outside of themselves, and validate. You're not a narcissist, not vain, huh? You're already tripping up on those egos. Look at you. I know better and better and better and better and better. Your DCM, meanwhile, talk to my therapist. It's a guideline, but it takes a long time actually. And a lot of, hey, were they being genuine or are they trying to confuse? And meanwhile, psychiatrists and a mental health hospital. But no, it's this. Could be many influencing factors that lead to this possible symptom that I'm perceiving to be this way. I guess I'm going to do the due diligence before I decide to make a diagnosis. What's up, armchair internet investigator diagnoses people? I just call it like I see it. It's like this. I can clearly know without even doing anything because he sounds like he's saying, Get fucking fucked. Get fucked. Let me guess. You didn't hit that nail. You swung and missed onto a totally different wall over there. Where's that nail? Oh, it's on the other fucking wall? Man, that's normal. You're just like everyone else. Be bathed in normality. Turns out you were not special. That bothered you, didn't it? When you realized I am, huh? And he knows it, which makes you think it's grandiose. He's grandiose, though. I mean, he thinks he's so smart. He doesn't do any of the work. No, but he's been right every fucking time, and he notices that constantly. I need to defend my ego over here as this personality, ego, dissolution, resisting guy. He just thinks he doesn't. Let's go mano a mano. Hey, let me, yeah, where's your professor? No, no, meanwhile, cited in my last hospital visit, the fifth one, his grandiose delusions! And he thinks he's so smartest guy in the whole world. I don't know, man. So far, it's panned out that way. Maybe I'm seeing something you're not, Dr. Abdallah. Let's mention it was a joke. They laughed after. It's like, I'm the smartest guy in the world because I know grandiose delusional personality things. Because I've done this already. Oh, he didn't catch it. God fucking damn it. Now I'm grandiose. He just thought I was joking about the joking. Talk about a bruised ego over there. Meanwhile, Nick, one of the behavioral health techs, all you did was create a single solitary camshaft that has, that's right, 3 different settings of variable valve timing, durations, and more. That's not that impressive. Are you fucking stupid? That's insanely impressive. I get told by another person who has an engineer friend in college. No! Tough guy, likes to think of himself pretty fucking smart and intelligent, dresses, you can tell, like he puts this work together to be perceived, he's got this little kind of complex because he's a behavioral health tech, nurse, whatever it is. He wants to sit me down in another room and talk to me. I'm like, I already know what this is. You're going to relay this to Dr. Abdallah. God. Meanwhile, there's parties forming in that, right? The mental health hospital that I'm in. There's one side, I hate you so much, you damn bitch. The other side, I'm actually on your side. You're making sense. They even tell me. We're having arguments. We're talking about you when you're, behind in our meetings and stuff. Paranoia. No, let me just read this report about what it is that was being stated from people that have clear biases about their perception of others and what it could mean versus doing the due diligence and asking. Let me go with what they're writing in their reports. Meanwhile, I call myself blurry pasting on every one of my sheets. Because it's like, well, if you really look at that, you'd probably see some things there. Post some stuff and shit. Nobody know. You can actually see that he's pretty smart, but they never even look or bother. Already formed their opinions. Dr. Abdallah tells me, no, an oxytocin inhibitor, reuptake inhibitor wouldn't be a good thing. But I find out It's basic bare minimum Google search, yet again, used in people with psychosis, not rat studies. Suck it up. Oh, it turns out it does seem to help them. The symptoms and severity. No, no, none of these things. No, no, no. Only this, only this, only this. Huh. And next thing I know, dopamine, 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 dopamine is the only one. Dopamine, dopamine, dopamine. Meanwhile, what I see. So there's an opposite of a lack of dopamine that seems to increase the amount of psychosis too. Both sides. Seems like there's a balance. Also, oxytocin seems to reverse the side effects of severity. So it is not only dopamine, douche fuck Dr. Abdallah, who thinks he's so much smarter than I am. Maybe I just did that work and you didn't. I never considered outside of the current way of viewing it. This is the only way. It's the, oh my god, I'm getting teabagged. Oh fuck, my own fate. I got wrecked. I got fucked. You ever think about that? Turns out that whole shtick, I'm just some girl, I'm the same, and meanwhile me. So there's varying schools of thought, and while it's kind of this, but there's also these possibilities of these things as well, actually. Oh, shocker, just like every fucking goddamn career, field of study, and all of it that I've ever seen. But now they fell for the same logical fallacy, fantastical thinking as before. Ah, those armchair investigators, right? God, they are terrible. They suck. They think they know everything. I don't even know everything. I don't claim. It's like, well, but this does, and I've already done all the fucking meds you're going to try and give me. Can you at least try a little something different? Meanwhile, you know what I'm searching for? Oxytocin reuptake inhibitor medicines. Eventually pulls up a multitude study that goes over Cialis and sildenafil, tadalafil and sildenafil. Turns out they increase the amount of oxytocin in our brain, and they reduce the severity and side effects of both anxiety, depression, and psychosis. My goodness, it's off label, but in all ways, that is a thing. It does, yes. Meanwhile, well, I've done everything else. I've played with all the other fucking ones. Might as well try. See what's up. Yeah, take a look. Fucking damn. I've done everything they could ever possibly throw at me. Guess it's on the patient to fucking do the work for them. Meanwhile, it turns out I was onto something. Shockingly. Now, what am I on? Tadalafil? That is correct. What did I try before? Sildenafil? That is correct. What did I see? Those very things that I talked about. Ooh. Look at the fuck up retard doctor saying that they've got this. Held back, hindered belief systems here. Only this way. This is the only way that we can think, view, and perceive. This box and mold that is the conventional wisdom. That's it. He's paradoxical with treatment resistant. Are you insane? He's done like everything you're trying to fucking say already multiple times. Are you a fucking idiot? Why don't you consider his side? Oh, shockingly, they did not. That's correct. I'm the ego. I know. He's in circles. He can possibly know. He believes something. It could be PTSD with my schizophrenia and the, because he's challenging me. This one gets me every time. Borderline personality. Yeah, it takes a fucking long time to diagnose that. A psychiatrist tries to fucking try it again. I'm like, where the fuck did you fucking think that came from? You fucking knob? You idiot? No, Dr. Abdallah, maybe, and then the change point, but I can't. But the doctor's usually right. No, they're not. Not from my perspective. Are you kidding me? Most of those fucking patients I see don't even trust a single word out of your mouth because they actually did do that work. If they're anything like me, you didn't. You see him for a brief few minutes. I saw him for this many months. Yes, and I didn't let him become voluntary. They, I said, by the way, while I was in the emergency room, I'm voluntary. I'm going voluntary. You're not going voluntary. They get my fucking like height, build, all this shit wrong. None of it's correct. Meanwhile, yeah, no, he seems in every way aware. Other people, social worker, more. No, you should let him be. What the fuck are you doing, Dr. Abella? You need to be court-ordered. What? You need all of your ideas and everything you say discounted because you need to be court-ordered. Your experience, everything you've done, nope, not counting. Invalid. Gaslight. The Baker Act. Uh-huh. The Baker Act. Hey, let me just go over here. Was that guy in psychosis with PTSD that went to the fucking, wherever war it was and then started acting erratically at times when things were really bad? Yes. Did they have things that seemed manic or whatever? He was very angry about? Hmm? Yeah. It's both! Only skip. What about this incident that led up to? Gee, I wonder. Okay. Fucking retards. Idiots. You can see my perspective why I would call you that at that point. They fuck up all the time. They don't want to admit to it. But that's the world we live in, the society we live in. Look at these homeless people. They fucked it up. It's their fault. None of us are accountable. Nothing in our society or anything led to this. There is nothing there that makes it so they might have been like that. Especially these mass shootings. No way. Fuck ups. Idiots. Retards. They fuck it up. They make a mistake. They fucked it up. They're retards held back. Idiots want to continue intentionally being ignorant. Ignorance, damage over time. Idiot. You get it? And yet they have a job. They seem like the ones that should really be fucking managed because they're not good enough at their job to not effectively have someone check over everything they do. It's not even me. I'm looking at the other patients. Like I'm like an ability, like I can't diagnose them, but like, no, that's probably what you think, right? No, it's just have a lot of experience for a while. It's like, no, that's not really what that is. And people fucking sometimes just have a higher likelihood of having issues. Why are you looking down at them like that? You're not above, and for what it's worth, some people really don't ever get anything of benefit of your fucking drugs or your therapy, or both of them combined together over many years of constant effort and work on them, as if I just did it for a short period of time. Fucking fuck up retards. Did you really? Really? Yeah, you are. Stop defending your stupid shit. Break it down already. Break it down. Let it go. You were wrong. You made a mistake. It's acceptable. You're human. God! What a fuck up. That's all this is. That's why you keep doubling down, and people won't believe me, and maybe they'll not trust what I think. To be perfect, to be perfect, I have to be perfect, I have to be perfect, I have to be perfect. What do you know? You don't. That's what therapy teaches you. But you know what society and everything else teaches you? You can't ever make a mistake. Homeless, Pittsfield, Massachusetts. What do you know? You don't need someone to manage everything. It's micromanaging. You haven't learned jack shit. You shouldn't even remotely be in that job. You should have had all of this as something taught to you before you got it. You shouldn't practice at all. You'll hurt everyone that you try to help. I'm literally giving advice to the behavioral health techs in there trying to fucking give me some stupid therapy lesson. Well, maybe my husband have you approached it like this. Maybe that. How about this? Maybe he's perceiving it like that. Devil's advocacy. This thing better. Actually, oh, that's nice. Several times I've done that. I'm the patient with scrubs on. There's no sides forming. That happened. R slash never happened. Never happens. You ever think that there's an exception to some of those beliefs and views and perspectives? Especially of me. That's what I live with every damn day, you fuck up. You get it, right? Do you? If you're at this point in the fucking video, clearly. But no. He's manic. He's defending views of himself versus others that he's gone through the ringer with that are authority figures that believe they know a thing or two. That think they're smart, and nothing can happen like that he says. If this is hitting you, you're exactly those people. I can't find those studies. Search oxytocin reuptake inhibitor medicine. Not to mention, Google ain't exactly a great source for finding anything practically. But that being said, these are good studies that do have some degree of validity. Not to mention, sildenafil and tadalafil have both been cited to decrease depression and anxiety as an off-label use. And psychosis, yeah. Multiple times. Why don't they have it? Because it takes a lot of money. And there's currently a lot more money in just repurposing what we currently have for more symptoms and issues. I don't have to get this. Already doesn't have a patent that's something that they can use and make more money off of. You know what I mean? Right? That I can keep using for that very purpose. Right? Not to mention, everybody knows about this, and this is the thing, and not to mention, I end up almost always consistently getting into this one. So they really want help, and then they go over to this authority figure, and then they believe that this is really going to help, and then they seem, and they have the big gatekeeping plaque and all the stuff, and then you really believe that they're going to be able to help you, and then they must be telling you the truth because the common wisdom is that this is what really makes it so that way that actually helps versus something else or any of this other. But that placebo effect is rough. How actually significant. They're very small amounts off if you genuinely look at those variables. In a clinical whatever setting, right? Well, of course, it's a little bit more difficult with the double blind and all the rest of that. But it's like, how many of them have this type of income? How many of them have this type of genetic or ethnicity? How many of them were already treatment resistant? How many of them have this amount of knowledge for therapy and more? How many of them are going to... You see how easy it is to cherry pick these fucking results? Not account for this? increasing placebo-like effects. Especially if, oh my God, well, I'm getting this effect that's a negative side effect, so it must be doing something. They took a genuine test, a study of that, quite a few times over the years. Turns out they can't tell. They give them a little bit of an upset or whatever it is, and you're reported to have these issues, and you go to and they don't know. And go throughout the regular life, and they accounted for a little bit, but not much other than that. What do you see? There's no statistical difference between the medicine they sell you and the placebo. Often. Genuinely, often. Not across the board, but often enough. That's a big problem, and everybody goes along with it. Yeah, you should take your medicine that helps you, placebo or not. But still, you're going to doggedly defend something that makes people millionaires and billionaires. It has no incentive to actually make any cures or anything that really helps that much, unless, of course, there's something really there. But you usually see those on the smaller side of things, and these are prescribed like candy everywhere, especially antipsychotics. Oh my God. Mm. Meanwhile, what do you see? Worse outcomes. Long term, especially. Brain shrinkage. Not everyone that has psychosis is going to meet those that do get help with these things. Some people like myself that are ADHD, paradoxically, if I don't have dopamine, guess what happens? Psychosis. Bingo. Right? Some of us are different. There's many ways how psychosis can happen. Born. Let's condemn them for being born different than us. They're too smart, smarmy, this, that, all the rest. They're not paradoxical. ADHD isn't really real. We're trying to get rid of that. No, actually, you could be in a different. And the receptor and the brain, and it's more but then the oxytocin, and then and what elicits that given because of this stress strength, it has to be borderline because this and man, that was mental gymnastics are getting you nowhere, huh? Ah, crap! You locked in. You're stuck. And you fell. Tied yourself into a big old bunch of knots and fell down. Isn't that rough, Al? You ever think about that? If I give you enough dopamine, you'll be in psychosis. This person is not. Well, shut up over there. So, across the board, no matter what, huh? I mean, most of the fucking shut up. Ah, so the therapy, you don't like it, huh? Challenging all or nothing, black and white thinkings. Logical, fantastical thinkings. No reasonability there, eh? It can be all those things. It's all of the diagnoses and more. All of them. Every one of them. No, it is. You. Are you afraid? Anger is often from fear when you react like that. To being wrong and being perceived as if you might not be something to listen to later. Science and technology, engineering and mathematics and programming and more all seem to have this issue with many people that are seen as authority figures. Now, we've done this experiment back in the past where we would have someone sit with an authority figure over here, and then they'd press a button and electrocute seemingly someone on the other side until the point where they possibly got so injured they had a heart attack. Most of them would actually continue doing it. Some did not. It was to test to see how the Nazi regime gained control over its citizens. Hi, citizens! Look at you with your authority figures and belief systems! What would happen if they challenged you? Shut up over there! I'm trying to think my way out of this where you're not correct and my perceptions will not be challenged. Oof. Sucks to be you. You're hitting it criteria time and time again. And there's one little video if you got that far, and that is you doing that. That's right. You are literally a textbook definition and example of that. An enabler, an excuser, a gaslighter. You're the narcissist. You didn't even know. You will absolutely go along with that because the mob mentality and conventional wisdom says so. You give in easily to societal peer pressuring. I don't. Oh, wow. Walking away already, huh? We don't need to challenge everything. Ah, I didn't say that. Just these things that are clearly foundationally a problem. But that's like my whole thing. Ah. So, you did not base yourself off of that, Doctor. You thought I wouldn't make you go into ego dissolution, and you would stand tough. You thought I was done with you. Meanwhile, the prosecution, right, on the side of the court order treatment. I don't know why the judge sided with he needed court order treatment. Even I thought, for my lawyer, that talked to her. You didn't need it. Lo and behold, the court, for this disorderly conduct and some misdemeanors, that's the incident, was still willing, even though I got tried and, I went through a whole case with SMI court. It's still like a double jeopardy is what he's telling me, my lawyer. I don't know how much I believe it, but still, they tried to do it again. Tried to try me again for the same thing. Stay on court order and we won't do anything. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I could go after that, but you know what? I'm just going to leave this alone because I don't have any lawyer on my side. You know what I mean? So must have been thinking about that judge, about how it is that they would have let it go, which they would have had to, because they know that the SMI is the same and will cause that. But they don't treat it like that, and people go through a system that they don't have to go through. That's my only saving grace, for what it's worth. Someone kind of knew the system. No, you're right. That's kind of bullshit. And truthfully, you do have remorse, and you would like to just apologize to them. Because, I'm saying in there, it's like, dude, I really want to apologize to you guys. I must have terrified the shit out of you, and I'm so sorry. Truthfully, I was going through one of the worst moments of my life. And it's not on you to go through and be scared and all that. Just because of that. I'm, just a person trying to not do that. Fortunately, I have issues, and sometimes it happens. And I have a terrible support system. Sorry. Meanwhile, I never get the chance to apologize. Sorry I terrified you. Meanwhile, rumor mills happen again. I grabbed a man, I grabbed a woman, I grabbed a child, and he's like, well, there's no end of the world. Doesn't really say anything. They tell me to fucking get out of here. I get out of there. Just calmly walk away. Disorderly misdemeanors. Oh, it's because you're a pedophile. You saying you touched all these things? Ooh. Rumor mill. The cops. He must have been on all the drugs. He couldn't possibly have these mental health issues. Gaslit again. Mom doesn't care. The social worker, I told you that she's terrible. Why are you trying to make me fucking talk to her? The other one was willing to fucking do it. Why? Meanwhile, 3 nurses stick me into the back room, pull my pants down, and stick me with the fucking Haldol. Meanwhile, every other time, it's been in the arm. What? I've never a fucking. What is this? I have to take my medicine later. Oh, in your arm from Angela. That's what her name was. The douche fuck. Along with Emily, some other fucking bitch. I think Amber or something. It might not have been Amber. Anyways, point is, it's them. Nicholas trying to do the different Nick, by the way. Marine biologist. I'm worried about him having the same fucking problematic experience that he has here as a behavioral health tech. Why don't you get your hopes up, man? A lot of people are shit. The bosses aren't going to change. If they have power, they'll use it. Fuck with you. He's one of the ones that says his engineering friend says, it's really good. That's amazing, actually. Dr. Abdallah. Nice, grandiose thinking. Emily goes away for 2 weeks vacation. I'm still here. Visible. Slouch. Walks, shuffles in. Party has not formed somehow. Oh, so you have to shit it into the arm. What made you believe that I needed to burn my pants down? And you needed 3 of you. Garbage fuckfaces. Yeah, scrunchy nose McGee. I'm gonna go into the ER. I'm kind of worried. If you're barely able to handle this and they treat you like shit and COVID's going on. Are you sure you're gonna be able to do it? Meanwhile, I forget what his name was. He ended up going into Phoenix. He had this little necklace. I'm assuming it's a symbol in Jewish religion or something, or maybe Arabic. I forget. I don't know. Point is, he comes back because they need help because another person's left. Do you know how many people left in that 4-month time period my 5th hospital stay was? It never came back. That's right. Because I'm going to rant about these injustices, inequalities, and everything else. Must have hit them pretty fucking hard. So a lot of them just quit. And others went to go work somewhere else. The ones left, what do you know? The narcissists and enablers and abusers. Not open-minded, don't care about their job or profession. Are fine with the things going on. They couldn't possibly get hired somewhere else because they're probably shitty people. You ever notice that? Telltale signs, there aren't all of them. This social worker abuses me, doing that. This Dr. Abdallah with the power won't even allow me to be seen as, in every way, voluntarily there. Patients are all on my side. I seem to make friends with every one of them. Not a single one of them's really all that angry with me. And you're right, he does act like this. And why aren't you getting him something because he's what's a balloon? What the fuck? Doctors apparently, nah, walk on it. I hate this guy. He's around. He's challenging me. Really? I can't possibly pick that up. Really? You just paranoid? Is that really what that is? Dealt with it enough with my family and friends, quotation marks, really just peers in school. Online douchefucks, people that think they're better than others because they can hack or they have money or some qualification. No, it's a lie. I know he gave us this thing. They said, "Hey, please look into this. I need you to do, to get into this." And like you're calling out for help and you're getting hacked and all this other. But I'm not gonna do a thing or a lick of fucking anything. And you need to be on Chantol, first generation, terrible antipsychotic, by the way. Meanwhile, hey, please, it's okay to change. Oh, it did. Leave with a actually far less bad fucking antipsychotic that I'm on. But injections, only injections. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Nothing indicates I won't take the medicine. Everything of my history says I will absolutely do that. Never had to have anyone give me my medicine. I was always able to take it myself. And I always did. No, he does not have an inferiority complex. Meanwhile, look at this nurse also talking to me. I wonder if this is Dr. Abdallah asking her to talk to me about this as I just walk around the room. He seems to have this, and he seems to have that. Actually, fuck. Ooh. Next thing you know, she's on my side. No, they're not. Slouchy McGee, Emily. Amber, the shut up and I'm better than you. I'm way more intelligent. Or is it the other one? The one that is always on the security cameras, and I've got the cool back hair, buzzed it down to side, whatever it is. Yeah. Angela, I'm a Christian, clearly, but not really, you know what I mean? But I'll enable myself and excuse myself for my shit, but in reality, I'm so much better than you. How come you didn't just immediately fold? I'm used to just putting people down like you. You can see it in the other fucking nurses dealing with her. People that don't like challengers stuck around. The narcissists. The grudge holders. The I need to be better. One of the psychiatrists left, hearing me tell one of these guys that went over to Phoenix, worked there. She's terrible. She's acting like this, and it's clear. She's a bad person. She then leaves a little while later, along with him. They suddenly realized, oh man, I've been putting up with this shit for so long. These guys suck, and you're right. There's no parties forming, like they told you. What did you say over there? Let me just listen to that. No parties forming, like they told you. Meanwhile, I got a court-appointed lawyer for the appeal. He doesn't do a fucking thing. I call him out. He wasn't here. He's over in St. John's. Total Bic douchewad. Absolute garbage person of a human being. Just like the people at the mission. Tear down he's a sinner. You need to renounce his sin of being gay or autistic. Kick him out. But they provide such a valuable free labor service from the people that are there and get so much money as a nonprofit donation. It makes them live real lavishly. While they have a quote unquote not cabal, but they meet together, all the churches, and decide what's going to happen in Holbrook here. You sure about that? They're friendly with the police and more.
The only shelter in the area, the only homeless shelter, but they're a mission, so they're not really. There's the Red Army Cross thing. Do a lot of slave labor for barely any money. They don't really house you. It's a program and so on. Same thing with the other one. Told as such by the people that went there and the social workers. Meanwhile, I want out of here. I clearly have to deal with your ass. Ah, shit, the only thing is fucking change point, the mission over in Holbrook. No, I've considered your thing about the psychosis and the medicine. No, you didn't. Hey, you're saying this, but what about these things that totally show off to, even though your anecdotal evidence of these people that you thought were getting helped and they could have just lied to you is enough that I should definitely be with all of my stuff included in experience that I've done and went through as a way to change that medication, that dose, and so on. It's a crack. It's just cracks and holes in the system. That generally helps people. Rural places, am I right? They love to take advantage of people. Oh, wait. That didn't change when I was over in the city either. That's funny to you. I should tell you something, right? See what I mean? Homeless in Pittsfield, Master. It's your fault. You given you victim blaming, victim blaming, victim blaming, victim blaming, victim blaming, victim blaming, gaslight, 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 enable, excuse the abusers and the victim. You know, victim blaming and gaslighting the victim, and then the enabling and excusing of the fucking abusers. You're not, says the abuser. Shut up over there. You bring it on yourself, victim blame 101. You should work with them, victim blame 101. Treat it like it's a game. Work around, victim blaming 101. Now teach me to be more abusive and psychopathic. And manipulative. We don't even see that they're doing the abusive thing. Isn't that a rough one? I need to defend in my personality based upon... Man, that's really quite deep there on the ground, isn't you? All of your shit's falling apart, isn't it? And if it isn't, that means you're probably very, very well aware that you're a narcissist just fine with doing what you're doing. Which means, no, I have to pretend around all these people and then I'm going to have to leave. So that way, because there's this guy that's going to fucking show it off. I'll never be able to hide. I have to constantly act. I hate having to constantly act. Mother, father, older sister, younger sister. An exception, is he? Or just one of them that's articulate enough and smart enough and will never back down because I lived. That's my personality. I will always challenge. I will never give up. There will be no he gives in and submits. It will be the opposite. You bring it upon yourself. Why don't you just give in and let them get their way? Rapey, victim blamey. There you go. Sucks to be you, doesn't it? Look at you. You're another abuser. Don't play that game and turn into someone that enables yourself to be okay with the choices you've made. Learn to accept that you made mistakes and you kept allowing for things that you shouldn't have and grow up and mature. Become a better person. You're a better person than me. You're not. And you know that. I am. I'm defending. Oh, shut up. You're not. You're having to defend terrible shit that you did, and you know, and you have that guilt and shame, and you cannot address it. I need it. I need my personality like this. It's scary to address these internal problems of myself. Okay. Because you'll hurt yourself or others, not like what you did, accept that you did wrong, made mistakes, and you're human. Forgive yourself and fuck others who don't, and then start doing continuously the better thing and be a better person, regardless of whatever it is, even if the victim that you might have doesn't like you anymore, and that's okay. They don't need to. You don't need their forgiveness. You need to just continue being a better person. Fuck that. You can't do anything about that. What's done is done. You can apologize and move the fuck on because they need that just as much as you do. But they don't have to accept that. You can change and get better. Deal with it. Dr. Abdallah, the Nicks, the Emily, all the rest of them. My whole family. People online. Galore. Typey type. Twitters, Tumblrs, 4chans, Reddits, Facebookers, TikToks. All of it. Crumbling, it seems. Getting hit every which damn direction and way. It turns out you are equivalent to that person over there. How's that feel? I'm homeless. I didn't feel above them ever. Just more knowledgeable about something and I accepted that. How's it feel to be a piece of shit that's not above them? That used your station of authority and substantially abused it. You think I'm one of those people that thinks I'm above you unless you do something to make me know I'm above you? Look at you, ego tripper. You called this in the wrong way. I sees it like this. Yeah, you were wrong. Turns out, how's it feel? You can be wrong. You can make that mistake. How's it feel? I can be wrong. I've been wrong. I admit to that. But you calls it like I sees it. Does it feel good accepting that? Or does it feel real shit? Are you going to do what I did in the past? Because that's what I did. No, I'm so terrible. I did this mistake. Nothing can ever make a. I need to redeem. I need to. I always never allow. Perfect. But you can make a mistake. It's okay. Sounding like a familiar problem? Ooh. Are you going to go down that path like I did? Here's a little advice. It doesn't help. You're the same as everyone else. Deal with it. You can make mistakes. You can make wrong decisions. You can see things and perceive things incorrectly. Like my fucking YouTube. Before I ever put anything up there, I made sure it was good to go. For the most part. There are going to be things I missed or forgot or didn't see, still probably works. Look at you. Maybe if you explain. I don't care. You see me not caring? You see me not thinking like you thought I thought? You fuck up? You were wrong. Factually incorrect in all ways. That's what wrong means. Eventually it gets to a point where you're wrong. Factually incorrect in all ways. You can be incorrect. Oh, that's a much nicer. And then you're wrong. You saw it wrong. You got it wrong. You didn't make a mistake. You continued pushing for something that wasn't ever going to be correct. You never did the work. You never received out the basic bitch initial. You're wrong. I did. I saw all of these things because I'm hacking you. Is that what that is? No. Okay. Man, you think like this. You're a schizotype personality. Because your grand delusion and the belief of all the... Did you check if they're there? Did you see the information and evidence that might present as to why I believe these things? And why they are possible? No, no, and no, and I don't need to. Already got to figure out completely. All good to go. You're perfect. Never made a mistake in your life. No, is what you know you have to say, right? It's usually the easiest answer. Sometimes it's not. Shut up over there. I need to think of a way out of this. See, I'm going to. Homeless in Massachusetts. Pittsfield. Hmm. And you make more sense. You got me pegged perfectly already, huh? You did. Okay. Please, in the comments below, tell me everything you think about me. I'm more than happy to listen and read. Maybe I can tell you my side and perspective. Maybe it'll change that, or maybe you already got that side, but you just don't validate it because of whatever belief and thought that it's just an act and it's not going to be that. Like Dr. Abdallah, the grandiose, the delusional, he's the smartest. He didn't even see how I primed you. You're already so far down because you like to play it like a game. See what I mean? Like an argument in a game, and it's all that to you. It's not to me. This is my life. I've had to deal with stupid dumbasses like you that think they know everything. They're nowhere near my intelligence level. All the time. Like literally all the time. I've never met someone close to me. Sometimes that happens. Sorry. I watch you. You didn't even know. You were effectively in a bubble I created and underwater as the horse. Well, so far down, I don't even have to worry about you getting up to the top. You're going to drown. You're going to drink that water, bitch. Or you're going to die. Because you're going to probably have to and still keep trying to swim up. You might make it. I might dive down if you show me a reason to get you back up. Now your friend's going to help you. Right? You won't tell them anything about this video, right? You're the smart one. You're the one that can't be wrong. Right? You don't hold grudges, don't have some amount of autistic traits, and you certainly don't have degrees of the dark triad, psychopathy, manipulation, and violent tendencies with grudges and narcissistic personalities disorders. No, meanwhile, I'm multiple personality disorder, psychosis, schizo, all these other things. Have you considered any of the things on why I'm not like that? It's on my YouTube channel already. I already considered your following, bitch face. Have you done the work for my arguments against what that might be and the experiences I've had and the evidence that might be there that if you did that work to ultimately know if it is going to line up with what you thought? No. Huh. Preconceived ideas. I'm usually right. Man, you guys are predictable if you got this far. Almost 4 hours in. You likely wouldn't have done that if you weren't likely like that, or you just wanted to use these arguments against others, or yay, you yourself are the narcissist over there that needs to use this against some of your friends to continue fighting against people like me, is your belief, but it's actually not fighting against people like me. These are good arguments. They're logical, sound, reasonable. They're the arguments you'd make for yourself. You're the narcissist now. You're the abuser. I already admitted I get psychosis. Sometimes I get it wrong. What about you, dumbass? Ooh, get wrecked. How much crumbly crumbles are you gonna get? You know what I mean? Like, I want to know. How many crumbles are you gonna have? Your arguments, they're breaking down. Your foundation's got nothing. It's breaking. Look at that. It's like a fucking sea of sand. Air coming up, vibrations happening, sinking down low, huh? It's not very strong, your arguments. Homeless in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. You know what I did? I left I think it was like a couple of months or something, flash drive and a water bottle in Fred Garner Park, and it was taken somewhere because there was a bunch of what they use to clean the pipes of crack pipes, copper mesh. It's gone. It's right by it, or whatever, you know. Meanwhile, one of them was stolen when my car got locked with me outside of it, and I couldn't get in. And some dude walked over there and was trying to get him to help me, and he basically broke in, and that disappeared. I don't know if they ever listened to it, but then I put other things on my YouTube and more. I still have, I still have them. I wonder if there are ideas or something inside of there that make you think that you got it all figured out. You're the smart one now because you got it from me. Recordings, just voice recordings I did. Granted, there could genuinely well be more in there to delete some things when I went into Mesa, but they're not much. You know what I mean? It's kind of what that is, right? Some videos, maybe some something. I don't know. Honestly, I can't really tell you because I don't really have a lot. Maybe some really brief. I don't know. Like I was just trying to save space. Honestly, yeah. So if whatever might be there that's extra, it's something that it was already relevant and I didn't need to really care about. Like a January mind trip, I think I still have on mine. You know what I mean? But that's like my first 4 ACO DMT right trip. But you know, whatever. I was already being hacked by that point in my parents' Chandler house. Well, before I was homeless in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, for years. Did you ever consider that possibility might have led to that? Well, it could be. It could get. Have I stated that many times? Yes. Well, do you know how chaos theory mathematics works? It suggests a small thing over a given enough time, if you know how to ultimately, at the right time, in the right place, effectively do whatever it is or put it there, can affect things greatly over time, right? Stands to reason, it's quite logical, and we use it for weather predictions. Now imagine if your brain and a little bit of body movement and so on could possibly do something like that. Big, huge things. Butterfly, tornado. Well, we don't know how to calculate for that. What if there was a person that could? What if it was me? Now, maybe that's psychosis. But if you had the evidence that I had, because, nah, that's not possible, is what I said in the past. Now I'm here in 2024, January 20 fucking second. It's almost 9, no, it's 9:05 p.m. Like I said back in Chandler, I would be. And the natural disasters and more occurred like I said they would and will, because I influenced it. Would that change a person who's seemingly quite logical and reasonable to conclude that maybe there's something there? Maybe I can do that. No, but no, the skeptic retard tries again, fails. Got it all figured out, huh? Do you have that evidence? No, I'm not going to try either. But it's there. You know it's there. Do corporations and government happen to, along with hackers, have a higher degree of likelihood of having it? Well, yeah, of course, right? But you're not that special. None of that happened to you, and there's no reason for that. So your logic is unfoundably sound and has nothing to back it up. Your reasons are shit, and you never did the work again. As I stated so many other times in many of my other videos. Talking about sci-fi! Sci-fi is only sci-fi until it's just science. You know that, dumbass. That's a retard belief system over there. Shut up, you. I'm gonna think of my way out of this. I'll have a skeptic and a whole bunch of things. Why wouldn't they stop me and prevent me from being able to get very far if they really believed that, along with getting money and SSI, gaslight me with all the grudge holding dick fucks that would exist in this? Like you. Yeah, he'd be much further along than, oh my god, what? He wouldn't be much further along. There would be a lot of personality reasons for like why somebody would just fucking screw him over, take all of his designs, do a lot of studies and more, and make a bunch of money. Prevent him from doing that. No, but that would imply that there are people in that scene that would. Bob Ross, anyone? CIA weren't involved with Bob Ross. Wait a second. Hey, can you stop hitting everything that basically makes it so that everything we're saying for skeptics to reasons wouldn't work with you? We're nearing the end of this discussion, debate. Utter total destruction of all of your whole entire ideas and belief systems and all reasons as to why it is it couldn't possibly exist or happen, or why I wouldn't be able to be the person that's special enough for this to be going on, and then also why it wouldn't be logically sound for you to conclude that it's borderline a paranoia and grandiose and all the rest of it. All the symptoms and the DSM reports that you have wouldn't work. And yet he still can't work a job. If you got this far, it essentially means you're wrong, I'm right, deal with it. You probably knew that was coming, right? You probably did know, right? Like, come on. You're factually wrong in all, no, incorrect, don't interrupt, ways. I broke character just a little bit. That's a bit of a character. It's genuine, but it's like I can't show off that I know that you're listening. At some point, eventually, somewhere, somehow. But I do it all the time. You ever notice that? Little snippets here and there. How the fuck do you do that? I was doing. What the fuck? How the fuck did that happen? Meanwhile, posited. How many? How many times have coincidences are no longer going to become coincidences? So something's hitting more than just predictive analysis. Do I have all of that evidence that he's suggesting? Might be there. How many times does that occur? I mean, his perspective and his knowledge would then become he has been talking and has been. Which would factually destroy everything about your argument. You'd be wrong. Factually incorrect in all ways. You would have no argument. Your prosecution would have nothing. If you were hacking me, what is that? An illegal activity. There's no terrorism here. There's no nothing. There's no reasons for why you did what you did other than a grudge and you wanting to harm the guy. The jury would possibly even be involved and it'd be easy for you to have that occur. At that point, it's a bit of a big conspiracy, which would definitely blow up and could be figured out how deep and how wide and how far it goes and how long it's been happening. There's a lot of money though involved. It has to be, right? There's a lot of incentivization, not just the personality. So special. I don't like that. Doesn't mean he's not. There are exceptions. You know that. Come on. If the government is involved in corporations and hackers and all the rest of that, how much do you think I could really, honestly speaking, go to police or government or anything? That's a logical fallacy immediately, isn't it? That seems like you would go and oh shit, yeah, you're right. You would not do that. You could not trust them. Nope. Fuck. Oh no, you can't trust them. Come on. Shut up, bitch. Oh, cry harder. Looks like you've gotten cornered because you want to play it as a game instead of my real life. You're checkmated. There are no more moves. You can just keep gaslighting, though, because if anybody ever actually got to this and really cared about justice and everything else, they'd know that you have no argument and that I'm right. And you can just keep doing that. All of you involved. Even the ones that are trying to be on my side. This time he's hinged, guys. He's hinged. He's making total sense. Yeah, I know. You just didn't want to listen all the way back in Chandler this time, huh? The mimicker that tried to make me, get the fuck out. I need to sort this out. And also, this is going on. You already know who the fuck that is that's mimicking me and trying to control this and all the rest of it. Hinged? I was hinged then. I needed to get the fuck out. I needed safety, and you know that. Not just from my parents, which symbolically is what you'd go with, or some interpretation in psychosis. instead of the truth, which there were people there that I could listen to, which we just established might be the case. So, if that's the case, then how deep does that really go? You haven't figured it out. You haven't done the work. They were already there. They're already a thing. Unlike before, last time. Yeah. But that's good. They need you to know and understand that they're there. But that's implying that I'm saying what they're saying, which, no, that's never possible. Establish one of these things, then didn't have to believe that that would be possible. Uh-oh, you're fucked. Your vigilantisms and investigative work is never good enough, never counted the variables, and certainly destroys every argument, personality defects, and more. You do need to become more mature. You do need to grow the fuck up. You do need to consider more than what your perceptive abilities allow for. Your personality only thinks is possible. Maybe there are people that are there. They're, but we can't, or whatever the fuck the reasons are, right? Yeah. Is that possible? Thing? Maybe, they don't want to get fucking killed or hurt or whatever it is by some conspiracy. Come on. Why don't you ever consider outside of your garbage idea? No, you're the garbage idea. Hey, right? When I attack you and you defend, it's easy to predict you. Because you do this to me, and I don't defend like that. Must irk you. How to get that ick. Because you know you're the one in the wrong, not the right. Okay, maybe, yeah. Was that something you said in right around that kind of way in time, if you got this far? Are there possibilities of downloading and or getting this video either real time, because my phone's hacked, then they could, or on the way to uploading it, or downloading it and effectively listening to it, but it doesn't show up in my metrics? Yes, yes, and yes. Shoo, suck my dick and balls. You're wrong again. Stab, kidney shot. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, little levity. Homeless in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. They stole my laptop, went to New York. And a fucking pin. It's pretty easy probably to get around in most of my recordings, if not all of them. There's no way that that would be something that they could use, huh? Say that they're higher and further and all that. How many fucking ideas are in there? Meanwhile, me. Look at my YouTube channel. Guess what? Mine are better than they were back then. Turns out I was still working on them. They're still garbage. What do you know? Even if they have the playbook of a fucking genius, they can't get anywhere. Look at them. They're like the Charlie Day skit. They're like the 3 or 4, whatever it is. Hey, no, we're going to steal this guy's idea. We'll go to some. Oh, why won't they just go with us? They know it's mine. They're not going to invest in your asses. They know they get killed. Fuck ups. I already talked about this back in Chandler. You're supposed to help me, but the possibility remains that you just try and take advantage of it, like they did. Looks like you're not winning that, huh? Since you want to play it like a game. I'm smart. I did the things that you said and talk about. Maybe if they had that in the beginning, I'm not telling you everything. There are a lot of traps I set, just in case. Make sure you get fucked up. You lose. But you should have seen that. Truthfully, why wouldn't I do that? I mean, just like the whole, well, you'll irradiate yourself if you don't know what the fuck you're doing with the nuclear, like, refinement, making a generator and all that I tweeted about and put on my YouTube. Same thing with the cold fusion. You'll make a huge bomb if you don't know what the fuck you're doing. But wait, look at this. Quantum tunnel technology for fusion. Already on my YouTube. How to get around it. But if you're a dumbass like your ass is, what do you get? Dead. You do, huh? Hmm. Maybe I'm not going to tell you everything. It separates people that are willing to do the work, understand the dangers, and are also intelligent. It's a good filter for ass fucks that'll take advantage. Don't think too hard and are quite psychopathic because often they'll just go and do it. They're stupid. They don't think too hard. Maybe they'll get someone to try, but you never know. Because if you don't know, she got pretty far doing the whole blood test and cancer and all that, even if she is in jail now. Getting some people to invest in her. The biotechnology retard bitch. I'm the next Steve Jobs. I don't remember her name. I don't even care. She's one of them that stole from me from back in Chandler. You can tie her to people down the line, down the chain that gave it to her. She's not the only one. Mm. If you know about that, then you know I didn't tell them everything. But if you look at now my biotechnology and how to look and scan and all the rest of it and brute force through it, that's already on my YouTube channel, you could absolutely do what she's talking, just in a different way. About right now. And that's not a sell or a pitch. I don't need to. I got the programming, I got the way to make the computer, the tests, all of it already outlined. Absolutely could do it all. And then some. Seems like it's just out there for everyone. If they know what they're doing and they're smart enough, they might just pull it off. Do you want to make a bunch of money, you fuck ups? Is that an incentive to try and steal my shit? The guy who's an SMI individual and needs to get on Social Security income doesn't have it. You're gonna steal from a person that is a good person, unlike your deranged madman ass, the Ted Kaczynski bomber that thinks that they're going to make a bomb off of that versus look at all the nuclear battery technology and generator technology that's super cheap. Ted Kaczynski's, it's bombs, bombs, bombs. Meanwhile, me, behold, life-giving sustenance and energy. Here's the renewables. Recent video. Bombs or generators, bombs or generators. Only bad, negative, non-positive view of bomb. Only fear, 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 fearmonger, bomb. I am Ted Kaczynski, only it is terrorist. Bomb. But Ted Kaczynski's are wrong about just regular Limke guy that's wanting to make generators. You can make one thing or another. Don't be weird, of course. Both can happen. Yes, but I need to fucking, have a plausible deniability, and I definitely need to fucking use this Patriot Act and more to spy on you. I need to call you something. I tweeted that back when I was still Blargy Paste, and if you go back far enough, same fucking idea. That was back when I was in Chandler. A lot more conservative, too. Those people back then. Oh, wait, it's only gotten worse. The NSA, CSA, CIA, FBI, POTUS. Let me just take a look at that FCC. Oh, they like the fast lanes of the slowing down of any ad block user. Meanwhile, Kite and Kochava can both be used to blackmail many politicians and people alike in the politics. There's many different data scrapers in the hacking world and more. There's no incentive for them to work together. They can't just drum up some bullshit. They've never done this to any citizen ever across the world. They just have a reason now to be allowed finally to break the rules. Edward is certainly not that Snowden guy in Russia because of certain things like that. Panama Papers got someone else killed, but we never think about that, do we? Oh, where's your argument still? Dead in the water? Homeless in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. No reason for that. There wouldn't be people over there. Trying to pretend to be me. Certainly don't have enough money. We've never seen a nuclear submarine or a submarine of any kind from the cartels. People with drugs, they can't be smart. They don't pay people with unscrupulous and unethical moral systems. Like police and rich politicians and CSA, intelligence. So, come to me again about how I could totally go to them. Where's your evidence? Oh, let me just go back through the last 3 decades here. Let me just, what is this in South America? Holy shit! That's a lot of dictatorships. No, but blowback. Wow, the Middle East, huh? So I'm seeing a lot of bullshit come out of your mouth. Very established that it's very possible and that I am someone of interest of some type and type of way. Special enough to keep him around. Everything that you have for an argument breaks apart. And there is somehow, some way, a large amount of incentive somehow, some way. No, there's not a lot of great ideas and the ability to make a lot of money off of this. Floating around with a bunch of people that have the ability to have the money work for them and the people as well. And get away with it. Because, of course, it's legal enough. Yeah, I'd play this in court. Why not? It's a part of my character, you know? Like, look at this guy's character. He's talking about himself. He's quite self-aware. It'll show off how intelligent he is and why it is that whatever opening statement, whatever bullshit that they come up with would be unfoundably, insanely unintelligent and be wrong, factually speaking, in all ways. You wouldn't be able to trust a single one of them on whatever side it is. That isn't mine. Even the judge. How do I know? My own lawyer, right? You don't. No, I don't. Till it's all out and about, we figure out all the little nitty-gritty details. What's going to happen? It's going to break down pretty quickly that all of you, a lot of bad people that cause all these problems, and I deserve a lot of compensation. It's substantiated, that abuse, beyond belief. I've been helping you behind the scenes more than you'll ever know. You stole more of my intellectual and creative property than you'll ever believe was possible. It will show off that I am more than just a regular genius. I might genuinely, unlike what Dr. Abdallah thought, completely correct as being the actual most intelligent person to have ever lived. Instead of it being grandiose, what do you know? It might just, unfortunately, for a bunch of retards who have jealousy and envy issues, be true. There's always an exception. There is someone that is the smartest. What are your criteria for measurement? Wouldn't matter. I don't really care if I am the smartest because it was a joke to me in the beginning. But I'm going to redirect you to that. It's like, no, now I need to argue semantics about the but my mention, my gatekeeping, my degree, my this, that. Uh-oh, it's breaking down. So you knew. You got trapped already. You didn't even see it. You got take that hit pretty hard. You're down for the count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, out. They're bleeding on the ground. What did you have? A fucking adamantium skeleton? Jesus, fuck. Do you have knives over there? Holy hell. Get him a fucking doctor. This guy needs a doctor. Oh, I'm sorry. Not those doctors. A good medical doctor, fuckface. You get it? What does it turn into for a guy like him? Me. It sees this. Is that intelligent? Is self-aware. He had to fucking just admit that he's smart. Wouldn't want to. Knew you guys have these issues. You always call him smart. You always say, are you jealous? Blah, blah, blah. How smart? How? That's here's a whole showcase off as it undeniably shows off everything that I'm good at and intelligent at and talented and a genius with. If you did the work, eventually it's going to come out. All of that work I did. All that you stole. Everything. I wonder if there's an incentive for money and fame. A bunch of people and their belief of others being so great and talented. I wonder if it'd crumble. Showed off that they weren't. They were just getting from that guy. Do what he said, or slowly helped and guided to be like that, or do these things, or say this stuff, or think this way. from a bunch of people that were hacking him and wanted to manipulate the world. An incentive to do it. And to control things. Including me. That is a victim in the higher sense of the word. Was not running the show. Trapped. Just in a different way, even if you think he's not. Much like he's still homeless in a step-down facility. Even if it seems he's not. False equivalency! False equivalency! False equivalency! Meh, meh, meh. Spin, spin, spin! Gaslight, gaslight, gaslight. You're not. Even if I'm controlling all of your media, all of your financial abilities, all of your directions in the future, and all the rest of it, and I lie and say I've got your best interests at heart and all the rest that goes along with controlling every aspect about who you meet and what you say and, or, well, might ultimately get to say to someone, and so on. What you could be perceived as, and your SSI, and any jobs you might get, and it has to be my way for you to work up this way, and this is the only thing, and it will never come out that I stole this, and there are people that are working to make them be able to do that to me in my life, around me. They don't exist. No, they do. Shut. Damn it. Fuck. They already showed off that there's no paranoia there. The argument's gone and reduced to nothing. They are absolutely doing it to many different degrees. Clearly. Shit. Wonder if he figured something out. Like, why wouldn't they just kill him? Wait, what? What if he figured out something that made it so that they were afraid of him dying? Not just he's our cash cow and we can keep gaslighting and everything else. Incentivizes us to basically keep him around, getting tortured and only so far, and they'll never get anywhere. And I keep getting the money, the fame, the fortune, keep making. I'm the big guy. I'm the big guy, not the garbage. They say. Well, they are. They are the garbage. They put me down, pushed me down, made me small. It's easy. They already had enough money. I guess the ones in Massachusetts just joined in with the ones in Arizona. Wonder if that would let you understand how brutal it would be. How trapped. Just because the Jews had a working movie theater and were able to play and whatnot in their, concentration camps, does not mean they weren't 100% trapped and needed to escape. Just a different way. Seems far less bad. Bars are still there. Cage is still there. There is no escape. I'm watched, aren't I? I can just turn off the electronic devices. They would just show up. They wouldn't prevent you. You're the grandiose. You're the paranoid. I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna be the one that's above. I have all of your ideas. I'm the guy. Hmm. Someone else is already there. They're gonna eat you alive. You're a dumbass retard. Might want to work with me, you fuck up. How do you think I left that around? You're an idiot. So are they. Maybe you'll disrupt my enemy for a while. Meanwhile, me. Boop, 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 all on my YouTube. What do you know? I'm good to go when it comes out eventually. It'll all crumble around them, or it'll take a while. That's what it is. Still trapped. Still hostage. Or really just in a concentration camp of a different sort. What do you expect me to do? Show up. At least I've got someone on my side. I'm alone. No one believes in me. You get that? There is no escaping. Where do you expect me to go? They won't let me get SSI. Come on. And if they do, they're gonna fucking follow me everywhere. Best thing to do is ignore it. Never let it get anywhere online. Don't get views. Don't share. Shadow ban, blacklist, and more. Spread the rumors. Say these little things. Have the feed on your online accounts pop up something that'll make you think a certain thing about him. Believe somehow it's not possible. Here's a way, and here's another, and here's another. But it is. Never look at those. I don't want to change my beliefs. I'm going to be an anti-vaxxer. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? You see what I mean? You're a bunch of fuck-ups. No backbone. No strength. Cowards. Taking advantage of me. Not believing. I gotta trust a court. Most of you, if not all of you, are in on it. Oh, you're a polyfidelity sci-fi nerd that's a Truman. I believe it. Yeah. Jesus, fuck. Why wouldn't you be a Truman? Just a different type. Doesn't look like the dome's there, but it is. It's totally possible. People can lie. How much? Do they need to directly? Can they indirectly? Are you afraid? Just to feed you thought this. Yeah, here's a little suggestion, a little advocacy for this that you already are comfortable with. Thinking it has to be. Look at the Joker came out. I'm okay with being evil. See? You're the Joker. Oh, fuck. Told you. They can't do that. Oh, they can absolutely do that. In fact, legally, too. Where's my escape? Where's my boat? Oh, I want some submissives? That's so bad. It needs to only be the adult women. Most of you are immature as fuck. You'd be older than me by 500 years. You'd probably still be more immature. At least I had. I'm grooming them. Grooming. Yeah, at least they came out mature and fucking smarter than your ass. Know to fucking sling it on back. But this is your argument? What about all these things? Like he says, and I say, and I looked up, and all the rest of it. Hey, you're groomed. Hey, hey. Groom me, daddy. I want to be groomed. Meanwhile, me, I'll take anything. Oh, wait. Come on. You're my captors. Can you throw a guy a bone? You're the ones that do the thing. That shove the food my way. You gonna give me another one I can fuck, perhaps? Since I'm in a zoo. I know you're there. Truman figured it out a long time ago. He's building up for fucking years. You ever notice there's this thing called Mario? There's a guy who jumps this way, whatever. Next thing you know, brand new level at the end, right? Hey, programmed the game. Chaos theory, mathematics, right? Can't be done. Possible. You'd have to be way smarter than us. Hate you! There's no reason why they'd keep the guy alive. So you're saying it's possible? We've known that for a long time, huh? Fuck. You finally breathed. You're the mature one? Direct? Are you? Smart as me? No. No, I'm not. Fucking damn it. This time he's hinged! This time. Oh, God. I gotta get out of here. How do I get out of here? How do I get. There's the ego dissolution. Here it comes. The psychological break. Realizing they're also trapped. You're gonna have to actually fight. I've got a big kingdom and I can go after this little tiny thing. No. You're all trapped. With me. To a degree. Just as much as I am with you. Let's do a little tit for tat. You can't help me out a little? I can finally leave you alone. The knife can be removed from your neck. Ah! Right? What threat do you have? Go through my YouTube channel. You're not that special. Established he's already that special. Wouldn't you want a lot of kids that possibly might come about with the same abilities, possibly? Shouldn't you be clambering a little bit for that? Maybe it's a one and done. I die, never have the children. I'll just piece it out when his genetics in the future die. What if I die and everything dies with me? What if I figure that out if I can do that with my mind? It's no longer just a quantum vacuum decay. It blips the fuck out. I made good enough threats that came out to be exactly that, with natural disasters and even stars in the heavens and cosmos. What if they had that evidence, but you just weren't there yet? What if it would make sense? What if they wouldn't touch a fucking hair on my head because of that? Is it possible? Yes. And is that hinged? Yes, very. I see. How's that knife treating you? they come out, fuck ups. We can do this nicely or not so nicely. You will respect me, you fucking retards. I'm gonna take this all the way to the end. Last time I checked, predictive quotation marks here. The future, some big cataclysmic thing. You know what it was? Dwarf planet or some other fucking shit about to hit us. Not to mention, there's the existential, I am definitely aging. And if I die, you'll die with me. There's a bunch of ways to get some basic bitch biological immortality, and here's a way, oh, a fucking shit ton of them, to get off the planet cheaply. Have renewable resources and all the rest of it. Work even in the vacuum of space and shit. What do you know? They're on my YouTube channel. Fucking damn you. There's a hidden hell and edge in the hinge. He's trying to fucking get us to show up and fucking work with him. Oh man, we're dead. Yeah, I kill everyone that tries to steal my shit. You know what they try and do? Telephone game. You know, here's that. Kills them all. But you know, then we'll end dead and dead and dead and dead and dead. Problem is, back in Chandler, they thought they could get away with. Meanwhile, what do? They become hermits. They don't want to go around. They try and get protected really hard by certain people. No, 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 it's fake. It's fake. Gaslight, gaslight, gaslight. I don't have enough money. All the rest of it to do that, right? Do they? The connections? Shut up over there, you bitch. Ooh, crumbled. At dust. How's the break going? God. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I told you. And yet, they still have yet to show up. Easier to deny reality. Isn't it? I'm a writer. I will control. I'm the director. It's not Truman. Just a shit bastard. Fucking delusion. It's fucking. Turns out they're not very hinged anymore. They need the Haldol in the ass multiple times a day with some geodyne. Seroquel. They need treatment. They can't see reality anymore. They are literally that delusional. That's right, you are. They need stabilization. They don't know what's going on. They think it's fine to play this as a game. They're madmen, willing to destroy us all. Isn't that what you want me to act like? Right? Because they are. Dr. Strangelove in the house again. We're sitting around the conference. We got a call. Hey, don't do the. God damn it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not going to kill myself. Are you kidding me? Here's a bunch of ways for you to fucking get this figured out. I'll delay. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll just go through my regular life and, oh, is that another natural disaster? Is that another natural disaster? Economic disaster? More problems! Boop! Curb stomp! Bam! Could we maybe give the guy what he wants? Jesus, fuck! Keep telling him. No, I have to fucking admit that he can do this. He's special. And my narcissism will never allow for this! I reduce you to nothing! I deny all of reality! So you are not what you are! I deny all of reality. I reduce you to nothing. My narcissism, so they're self-aware, will not allow for this. You push them hard enough, you pressure them hard enough, it comes out. There you go. In the courtroom itself, possibly in the future somewhere. Or right now, maybe. Instead of it being me and what I interpret, what if that really happened? We already established they can connect in a weird way. So wouldn't that just be a gaslight that didn't work out? Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. Suck it up, fucking dick fuck. Right. There you go. Instead of playing bits and characters of what I think is going on, what if those were people you just didn't have knowledge were doing that? Because, of course, your perspective is this one where you're only listening to this way. You're not over there with them listening to them, are you? I describe a few ways of how that could work in my YouTube channel already. Maybe you could do the work. No, and you're handled. That's you're the one that needs to do how that. Meanwhile, also me, court, jury, judge, any of that. Can you say anything? Are they going to bring up anything to challenge this? I'll have more than enough evidence on my side that is perfectly accurate enough to leave no doubt of shadow. If you ever did the work, we'd have to go through all of that. But hey, the end of it, guess who's looking bad? People against me. Homeless in Massachusetts, Pittsfield. That court, man. Homeless court. I'm smarter. I know. 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 I got you paid. I got. Is it so bad to just leave that? I already have to deal with it in fucking goddamn Arizona. You're not better. Shut the fuck up, huh? How's it going, New York retards? My time, homeless. Confirmed to me there is no reason to look for something better because there is no green grass anywhere. It's a bunch of dust. It has been for a long time. Gotta build up something somehow. Gonna have to fucking fight this head on and deal with it. Instead of running somewhere else, huh? Aren't we? Are you strong enough? Like I am? People? Are you? To go with me and give it a shot and see what pans out? Or are you gonna be like all the rest of them that I've seen throughout my life? Weakling, coward, dick fucks. They take advantage of me and know damn well they can get away with it. Maybe I'm just waiting for the end to come. Wishing for the strength to stand. You don't get away with this. You're the one that fucking damaged me, you dick. I stand. You get to fucking be in wallowing despair, depression, while I'm the one tortured. Where do you get the right? You got money! People! functionality. You have no right. Suck it up and grow the fuck up. Do some work. Do some damn work. Put in some work every damn day. Progress over time, motherfucker. Show up. Show the fuck up. Show that I should fight. There isn't nothing there. There's something there that I should fight for beyond myself, which I'm already doing. Show me there's a reason. Show me something. Otherwise, I'll just leave. But you're already garbage. We know. I don't care. You're the garbage. I already know I can get away with this. That's what you all are. The actors and actresses in Truman Show, the entire world is garbage. It gets out of the dome. Everybody from Moon knew. Never told them. Oh, they never got him out. It's the definition of everyone's the bad one, with one person being the only good person on that planet. They have one person trapped in a basement that they're all torturing and ignoring is there. None of you are good. And that's factually correct in all ways. True. Now, judge, jury, blah, blah. The executioner says, you're the bad ones. You didn't step up, you didn't try, you didn't show up, you didn't do nothing. Man, that asteroid, right? We would see, oh, come on, there's gotta be a way that's not possible. Whatever the hell is happening. Oh, it's just not getting out there. They're willing to hide all this. It would slip up. There's enough people involved that wouldn't matter if they slip up. They never calculate that. How many until eventually it's so massive that everybody's in on it, like the Truman Show? And it just keeps going because the lie is seen as the truth, even though it isn't. Peer pressure 101. Is it really the ramblings of a madman? Some psychosis or something? Come on. Failures, failures, failures. Is it really? Doesn't seem like it. Still disabled, of course, right? But is it? Is it the ramblings anymore? Obviously not. Was it really worth it to go through this garbage for me to get away from my family when you could have shown up and shown off that you were there the entire time? No. That you were able to steal all my designs and get trillions of dollars over the course of those many years throughout the whole world. Not to mention the amount of bets I placed, and they happened exactly as I said as I went through life, that are so unbelievably impossible to have known without being able to see the future or into or control something, that you would have won. That I would have won, yeah. That they never paid. Well, yeah. Okay. You have that evidence? No. Were you going to ever look at it before you said some bullshit in a garbage idea of a possibly somehow good enough, but it's never going to be video? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so you're wrong still. Actually, incorrect in all ways sucks. Yeah, at least you could be incorrect on some things. Try a little harder. Maybe you got some things right finally. Jeez. See what I mean? So then what's going to happen? Are you going to delete that? Never happened. I guess I'll do this work. Or are you going to join the rest of them? Let's say, nah, you're not, and no, and so on. Are you going to help a guy that needs the help from somewhere, something, anyone? Somebody please fucking help me. Right? Somebody please help me. Please. I can't do this all myself. Is anybody going to help me? Yeah, that's right. The big strong guy needs help. The one that sees it needs help. You need to do something, then just sit there and do nothing. I need help. Not medicine and therapy. I need this to get out. I need this to be fucking seen. I need people, friends, family. I need to have a relationship. I need to be able to trust things. Oh no, you need medicine. Locked away in an institution. Go away. Smack. Yeah, okay. Nope. Not doing that. Fucking damn you. You gonna put in the work? No. I didn't think so. You are the terrible trash you pretend not to be. They say, be that which you want to see in the world. I decide to do that. Man, that must just irk the shit. It's just, holy fuck. So many of you. You're not willing to even try. You don't say that you are there investigating. You don't want to. You're the one taking advantage. What is this? Just an ever growing list of people that are doing it together, isn't it? Where do you expect me to go? Seriously, where do you fucking expect? Come on. Do you hear yourselves? Do you hear how insane you are? Saying and suggesting me, it's that? You know that. You know it's impossible. You know that I'm just gonna fucking destroy it all instead. Why the hell should I try? I'll start fresh. You gotta put in that work. You gotta show the fuck up. Get rid of your ego. You've got to do that. No, you're the one with the Oh, yeah, no, we're not able to. He did. Say what you want about them and the nurses, but if he doesn't get anywhere and they're stopping him from getting anywhere, he certainly can't do any of that. And not to mention, we're just totally removing all the fucking problems he deals with that makes it so he can't do that work. Oh, impossible task. Right. Fuck. You're the one need to do it my way. There's no way that they would do that for their. Nah. So, time and time again, we just go round and round in circles in the logical, ruminating loop thoughts that aren't logical or reasonable to conclude in any way. You're the one with the personality that doesn't need to be grown up. It's you. Yeah, I suppose. A huge fucking massive hole in your little defense over there, isn't it? It takes time. You need time. Time. This will help me heal. These things are what's going to help me heal. Not a bunch of lies. Not a bunch of lies. Not a bunch of false. Not a bunch of gaslighting. Prevention. more. You're the ones that are making it so I can never heal. You're the ones making it so I can never get anywhere. You're the ones making it so I don't succeed. It doesn't take time to do this. A lot of you probably have already got the damn evidence. Come on. That means there's just a bunch of people that'll go through it, and the next thing you know, I'll take advantage. It's my turn. Right? Isn't that what that is? How the hell can I help you? Get me the fuck out. I need to dis-a-fucking-fear, dude. I need fucking sex, intimate relationship. I need to get the fuck out of this shit and be allowed to fucking prosper and succeed. I need out. I got a lot of ways to do it. Eventually, the whole justice thing has to happen. It's a real hardcore requirement. All of this has to come out some fucking how deep this conspiracy and everything else goes. You think it's just scammers and some hackers? Come on. Time, please, please. I need time. No. No, you don't. You need time to deflect, delay. That's what you need, because you don't want to ever have to take accountability and responsibility. That's just like what Trump does, isn't it? Hey, the people will cool off, and I'll be allowed to do it, and maybe he's nice this time. See the air. Stim, please, please, I need time to. Evidence is already there. I just need to figure out how he's doing it so I can do it and fucking rule over him. I need to be the one in control. Give me time, give me time, give me time. Maybe the knife, and then we could just fucking shove him down. And it never happened. Well, yeah. So? You think it goes a little bit further than the universe, huh? Wonder if I could have figured that out if I was that far ahead and you're only just briefly catching up because I gave you clues along the way. With all of you involved. Isn't that rough? Wonder if that's what they want. To be able to get out of having to take the L in their punishments. Why would we be self-destructive? You're so self-destructive. You're bringing it on yourself. Come on. Really? No. But, and it would, but then we would have to and then say that it's true and say ourselves by helping you. And admit that you are the thing. Yeet! Boom! Time! Time! I need time! Fucking let me. I will be the one that wins. I will. Is this just an act? Is this just disassociate? Who has this person in their life? Are you going to comment? Are you going to comment in the video? No, most likely not. Easy to perceive it to be not a thing. It's just a really good leading on, make them freak out deed, chaos, problems, story trick to not do anything and even try and pursue the evidence, existence therein. It's clearly in psychosis. Making up stories, grandiose. Come on, man. Let me fucking lie and just gaslight you. Why won't you do that? Man, you sound like my fucking mother. Yeah, she tried to kill herself to get a whole bunch of people to like her again. Have you been already planning with a note? Trying to get them to be guilted, feel something for you. Hmm. Maybe because that's a way to control them. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Shocker. And a plea for help from a person, it's hard to help. I don't want to do that work. I don't know. And I don't want to be bad. And I don't want to find out. And so, that experiment of pressing the button until the guy maybe has a heart attack is not realistic somehow. Fine, it is. And we're currently dealing with it. Thank you. How are you going to help? Are you going to show up? You're going to show off that you're investigating? You're going to help me? You're going to be public about things? What are you going to do? Nothing at all. Just figure admitting a little bit would get you off my back. It doesn't. No, 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 no. He's not talking to someone through and all that. He can't mimic what they're saying as they try and say it to the screen as they listen to the recording or through a real time. Even if I don't hear them clearly, they would show up, right? On the recording as I'm recording. It could be maybe if I did the work, maybe what if it panned out that it wasn't that I thought, or it's some other secret way that he was getting it. There's somebody there in his apartment. Man, you sound like a paranoid individual. You. Yeah, the scroll of truth. I don't like this. Yeah, easier. Good boy. Homeless in Massachusetts. You'd be surprised how much that really was pretty much everything I said with this one little recording here. With the perceptions of others, with the reasons why, about the lack of ability or willingness to try, how they took advantage, how they lied and spread rumors, how they stole. And what do you know? It's happening again online. You should try online. Maybe it'll go. Oh, God. Is there anything good out there? Jesus, fuck. I'm the evil bad one going up against this guy. There's nothing that's going to fucking help you. It's like that fucking woman that got raped and kidnapped by that guy, and everybody's just pretending and they're gaslighting and fucking saying it's not happening. I'm going to actually have to come out and say I'm doing this, aren't I? Yeah, let's see. You even try. Yeah. It's an epic roleplay. Epic roleplay. It's fucking. It's an energy. It's something other than what it is. I mustn't. I wonder who's freaking out among you. Borderline. He switches between his tones. He screams. It's good at acting, that's for sure. Am I? When have I acted? Like this person that's around you? Or that person that's not around you? Do you know which one? Could it be those things? Or do you just simply require it to not be because you'd prefer it to not? Are you going to do that work? Is that actually the simplest answer? That it is that versus this other thing that it could be? Statistical probability says that it is there, given enough largeness of a sample size. Maybe I just wrapped them up into believing it. This one video, they never knew about it. And now all of a sudden they do. That's the largest, and they're able to lead on and be confused. Gaslit into believing a psychosis thing. Which one of you lied again? Couldn't be that they're involved. It hit them. Huh? That it hit them. Hmm? I would prefer it to not be that, yeah. Oh, suck it up, dick fuck. Grow a pair. Be confident. You fucking not coward piece of shit. See what I mean? Do something. Try. Oh, I don't try for you. General message. Oh, so you'll get more mature, be able to handle more things. Yeah, well, it's a lot of work. At least you gave it a shot and you turned out better than if you didn't. Wouldn't you want to know if they were able to hack you like this? These physics worked out? Wouldn't you want to know how deep that might go? How many people are being blackmailed? How far reaching that might go and get? What reasons would you have to not do it? Seems like you missed the point. I already know you're involved, so I know the argument won't work. You were never planning, you don't want to, and you're not even really listening till way too late, most likely. Yeah, okay, maybe. What if they weren't, though? Okay. What prevents you from showing up? What prevents you saying, hey, yeah, I am there and I'm trying to help? What prevents that? Can you show off all the things convincingly with the evidence I require? Or would you try and con and scam me? See, it'd be a lot easier if you had something to con and scam. You know, the money is not there. Oh, I need your money. It's my time. Oh, your time. Wouldn't that be useful in this manner to actually get you pretty far and figure out what is and is not going on? Seems like you'd be a fool not to do this. If you want to make an argument. Shut up, you. I'd be implicated. Oh, so you are there. Yeah. My time homeless, but let up the bullshit, and then now I'm alone. You don't see how it relates. How it was a priming move, is what you call it, in the world of magician, con men and women trick. Led you there if you got to this point. Look at all the different ways my life pans out for this situation. People rarely get what they deserve. Even the ones that need help and should band together to help each other will actually go after each other. The elites help themselves to that, along with those that can get a kickback from them from licking their boot, sucking up to them. Narcissists use the abuse and what might be gotten rid of for you, so that way that person doesn't get help. The Nazis control all the little nitty gritty details. Storm. Offer you and tempt you various things. Incentivizations galore. Easier to ignore and denote and deny. To doubt. To deny. Not do the work. Not change your mind. Deny science, reality around you, possibilities, which are not that endless. I told them back in the past that this would happen, and that if it was, the only option is to simply end it all. Destroy the whole thing. Just destroy the whole damn. Burn it down. There's no reason to argue or fight with them. They won't change. They won't try. They're too fucking scared. And they know what they're doing is wrong, and they will continue doing it because they've already made the choice and are fine with it. So they don't care. They won't do anything to help change it for the better, progress over time, or do anything at all that makes anything work. They had years already before this point, clearly. Even before I was born. Didn't change. It's the same thing that my mother does. Deflecting narcissist tactic that goes through therapy. That knows they can say and then still be covert about it. Knows they can get away with it. Knows they can keep stringing someone along. That is a, like I was, abused person in all ways. They'll end up in a shelter somewhere and realize everyone around them is just going to enable them. Not a single one of them is good at all. And they'll keep doing it. They won't care. They won't change like I did. Progress like I did. Put in the effort like I did. Change how it is I phrase things like I did. Respect like I did. Show dignity like I did. And do still. Treat others with kindness and compassion. Give the benefit of the doubt when necessary and still protect themselves. Put in the work. Temper their emotions and egos and perceptions. Enable and excuse themselves. They look at me like I'm a dangerous person when I say, hey, enable and excuse me, as if they don't know that that's something they want to do. As if they don't do it for others. As if it's wrong to just simply be direct and intelligent and mature about it. They bring it upon themselves. The so-called victims of me. But you'd have to believe I can control things with my mind just a little. Influence some things over time, slowly but surely. Fuck up terrible people. I wonder if that would get them to continuously harass me and fuck with me. Because they don't like that they have to fucking treat me as an equal. Probably does, doesn't it? I've confirmed it multiple times on my YouTube. Yeah, I do that. Why? Why wouldn't I? That's the only way to get you back the fuck up. Think you can do something. I play a different type of game. I like to be preventative. I like to be something that will never be worth it to harm, fuck with, or not just simply work with, and try and make things better. I mean, what am I asking for? Better social programs, more maturity, progression of people, be more understanding and kind towards others. Ways of making the social program work without even having money be involved. And the resources, we have no one. Be made so abundant that we could give to all of the world. And still have many left over. And I'm not just the only one that has ideas like that. Mine, however, are way more possible, cheap enough, and very feasible very quickly. But then I'm a real good genius, aren't I? Must irk you, huh? Would be an incentive to remove a person that would, for all intents and purposes, destroy the idea of capitalism and a representative democracy instead of bringing it up to be a true democracy. The politicians don't have the power. It would be the people that vote that do. Wouldn't get the money, wouldn't get the insider trader. I wouldn't. Come on. What do I argue for but a better future? You wouldn't like that, would you? That'd get rid of your power and specialness. Money grubbing fucktards. Cunt nuggets. You never wanted to, anyways. Come on. You were never gonna work with me. You string me along like you do everyone else. We know that. Why are you begging? Why are you trying? Huh? Why are you trying? Why are you begging? Why are you coming around to harass me? Come on. Why are you? Why are you acting as if you give a fuck? No one cares. You can scream and yell all you damn well want. You're the one that's gonna die, not me. Everybody knows to save my ass. Everybody knows to get rid of you. Everybody knows you're the weak link. Everybody knows you're the one going in the hole. You're the one that's gonna lose. Or is still. Because apparently you treat it like a game, loser. Instead of people lives. You don't give a fuck, do you? Look at you. All you have to do is show up. Look at you. Yeah, admit what you did. Take a little bit of responsibility. No, but the money. A lot of people go to jail. There may be people that die that are really bad and evil, sure, but still. Yeah, you should care about them somehow. Look at a load of this fuckface over there. Trying to say get a load of this guy with me. What a fuck up retard. You do know that, right? That's all that's gonna die. Some natural disasters? Last time I checked, you allow people to pollute to the point where tens of thousands over a few years get killed every time, every day. Allow products to be sold that will murder their citizens. You're mass murderers already. Where do you get off? You don't even stop. I told you what would happen. You should have been able to prepare for these natural disasters. You would have been there listening, but you knew if you did something and showed off that you were there, you would have had been seen as having knowledge, huh? It's good incentive to not have to change anything. Gaslight, nobody's gonna know. Sure, I got some time, a distance, enough money, and maybe I die before that or some other shit. You know how that works. Are you a fuck up? You skeptics? Look at that. You think they don't act like that? You think they don't sit around talking in conference tables behind encrypted networks between each other, rolling out step by step? This amount of innovation will be seen so cool and good. This schedule, these individuals, that, whatever. Literally controlling the future in many aspects, actually. It gets seen as a driving force for the market. It gets seen as believable. It gets seen at all. You already know that goes on. But I'm paranoid, conspiracy. Doesn't even make sense. But it's just you. It wouldn't be them over there. Why? Do you not see how many different scales, doctor, you didn't consider? You apparently had me all figured out. You know, Dr. Phil, bring the schizo, how would this and all that, would you do? You know, you didn't look, and I could just lie, it's not that hard to just lie that I wasn't there and I wasn't listening. How would I, is there any work for how they could have done that to be done? Just could look into and investigate. Even a brain to brain connection. Would that be possible? Talking telepathy? You mean quantum tunneling? Information pass through? As if you don't have some heat ability to do a little bit of that. It's not possible to have wave functions travel given distance and influence. Oh no, they can influence you from afar with, I guess, technology. I suppose your brain could. So your brain could do that. Did you investigate that? I don't know enough about it. So you're a retard doctor that thinks they know everything. Got me pegged. I know more about this than you do. Says the apparently way, way, way above all quantum physicists right now. Neurobiologist. Meanwhile, I'm looking at several different cells over there, many different animals that happen to showcase quantum entanglement. I wonder if that guy that wanted to be a marine biologist would know about that from Change Point. I wonder if a bunch of fucking cock-up retards would say that it's not possible. Make themselves feel better because their fifis got hurt. Someone smart, challenging, hit right the feels with how I think it feels. Believe things to be. They wouldn't form sides. Those a little bit more curious, a little more intelligent, willing to see past a given idea and view and consider it for a little bit, at least for how it might be possible, versus a bunch of fuck up retards. You're all probably a mixture of both, so am I. Come on. Right? Took me a long time to figure things out. I had to do all the work. Just because I'm a smart person doesn't mean I didn't have to do the work. I saw all of it immediately. Maybe I did. I just didn't know I did. I don't know. How would you know? Could you take a look? It's in a book. Go fucking suck my dick and balls. You idiots. Maybe those physics and math and everything else could be learned. Perhaps that would be better for you to be able to learn through. Huh? Unlike me, who is genuinely capable of just seeing the thing with his mind, because he's that good at imagining things. Doesn't have to do it your way. Intelligent differently. Read this in the book. It says this here. Let me see here. That's 1930s. Well, we've hit upon these things now that say that that was incorrect, and we changed our mind. You. Ooh. Ouchie. That didn't work out for you, did it? Did they do the Healthy Gamer GG and constantly keep up to date on all the things going on? I know it's a lot of work, but there are things being done called fucking studies that showcase that what I'm saying is true. Impossible. Show me all of those. I will do none of the work. I refuse. I wonder if I could get a lawyer, piece all that together, show it to them, shove it in their face, and say, ha 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 ha. Told you so. Here you go, mommy and daddy. He was right. My client. I'm not grandstanding. You're grandstanding. Fuck you. Parents. I raised your asses, you stupid cunts. You're gonna listen to me. Holy fuck! Get the boiling water. Hold him down. Ah! Ah! It's only a first degree burn. Get over it. It's just a beanbag, retard. Jesus fuck. It's like the other days. Maybe they'll listen to their fucking parents. Granted, it's not really like that. I just like the bit. You know, it's funny. It's like, yeah, no, I mean, say what you want, man, but it got results to a degree. Fuck you. I should treat you like that a little bit. You're willing to do this? You think I won't fucking go that far? There's a point where violence comes in because you have to. You're the ones I need to be violent to at this point. And you're not seeing why. It doesn't matter if the fucking science does not in any way work with what you're saying versus what I'm saying. You're an anti-vaxxer. I can't get you on my side. It wouldn't matter what is there. You don't want to change your mind. It doesn't matter. You won't do the work. You won't progress. You're an obstacle to be removed violently, swiftly. You might not like that, but time and time again, history says that's what we should do to progress. Gotta remove what that is. Empires might have fallen, sure. Some people got hurt, whatever. But guess what? We progressed. Science and technology kept going on. Last time I checked, we did get to the moon. It's a while ago. We've gotten to the moon since. Right? We're not wandering around the streets like it's still the Roman Empire days. That happened to die off. The empire, you know? The golden era, utopia, utopia. Was it? Well, no, obviously not. America isn't either, and neither is the United Kingdom or European Union or all of South America or New Zealand or Australia or China or Russia or any of them. Wouldn't matter where you are. Y'all have flaws. Y'all got to a point and you stagnated. And you're hurting and terrorizing someone. Everybody's going along with it. To varying degrees of influence and knowledge of that. It's not paranoid at that point. When there's something really there, even a cursory glance gives you enough to say, yeah, it's probably pretty fucking big. I know, yeah, it is. Thank you, person that I'm mimicking and saying what it is that they thought and just did and said. So, knowing that, knowing my time being homeless was worthless and did not help me buck up and get better and only allowed me to see how much further I ever was than them and the very people that were supposed to help me. What therapist do you think I need? I don't. It's grooming? It's not. It's only an adult who's less mature than I am. Obviously, that doesn't track very well. They wouldn't do this. Clearly, they are. God, okay. Yeah. See why I feel a little hopeless and helpless? Medication ain't gonna fix that. Now, is it? Therapy isn't gonna get around that, is it? I don't need justice. I don't need someone to trust on my side. Ride or die levels. Loyalty, but not unfounded for no reason. It's gonna be able to trust me because I know I won't have to worry about you abusing me. Thank you. You didn't have to say it sarcastically like that. That's kind of mean, but okay. Yeah, we had a whole thing going. All right. Nobody's going to show up, apparently? Because, I mean, like, come on. What do you expect from me? You're not going to show up and say that? You're going to have to explain how it is you didn't know. With everything that I know that's going on, you have to do that. If you didn't know, it's maybe it's whatever. Show me, I can trust, but we're gonna work on that. That's something I need to do. One hell of an adventure. You're gonna have the best guy in the whole fucking world that, even if he is the smartest or very close to or whatever the fuck it is, there's complexes of others. Which, by the way, I'm leaning more towards myself being the smart one if they're willing to constantly keep fucking going. No, you're not. No, you're not. Arrgh! Especially when they only perceived to be that intelligent because they took my ideas and ran with them. Anyways, wouldn't matter if you're smart or not. It's not that big of a deal to me. And you'll find that it doesn't mean that all of a sudden something different. Regular person. Like anyone else. I have issues, strengths. Anyone else, I have baggage. Like anyone else, you're gonna have to accept that. Polyfidelity, yeah, sure, okay, yeah. I like certain kings, sure, yeah, okay. Same thing with all the rest of that. Just like you. It's called dating. I can't even date. I'm a red flag. Me? It's switched. Your power as a woman in this situation is way less in the dating scene. You have to prove to me that you're good enough. Usually it's both ways, but I'm clearly good enough. Just show up. Be a decent person. Talk. Don't require much other than like actual genuine and love to be there. Like, god damn, be a little respectful, keep the boundaries, be willing to be genuine and open, honest. Because you fuck ups don't even want to do that. See me as scary. Then they got the complexes, insecurities, inferiorities, apparently. It's just like my older sister, younger sister. I'm so jealous of you and my mother. You have so much from them. You're so. You have a fucking boyfriend that works for NASA, Dre Elizabeth Lemke. You have a lawyer boyfriend and you have a fucking fashion job. Amber Greenberg. Andrew, whatever the fuck his last name is. Ryan, whatever the fuck his last name is. My younger sister. How the fuck did they con someone to liking them? Can't even get someone to fucking like me. You bring it on yourself, says my fucking last clinic case manager. I just can't even get into the number of therapists that I've gone through multiple different renditions of the same thing. No, they're not here. No, none of this is going on. No, there's no way. Here's the best. You have to heal here. You need to not get the ability to transport. You're scary. I'm scared of you. SSI is not. Get there my way. You're not that bad. Retards. Retards run my life. Garbage. That should be literally rounded up. All of them. Either forced to go through some re-education and grow and progress and eventually get the little certificate that says that they are, or die. Because they won't, and they'll just continue bringing everyone else down. Is it wrong to say that I'd rather have a bunch of people that are literally going to ruin everybody's entire lives? I want to protect people from having their lives ruined by having them gone, not allowed to repopulate, to come back in genetically, not be able to be raised in a culture and society like this that helps them, nurtures them, has them be more successful when they shouldn't be. Am I the weirdo? How? How am I the weirdo? I'm the extremist? How am I the extremist? Get rid of the abusers? Ooh, that's so extreme. We need to remove the abusers, kill them all. Or at least try and help some of them that might not be, to be less of that. Put in some laws or rules, regulations to make it so that they're basically forced to be an institution that can never harm others. Never be a Dr. Abdallah or Nick, Emily, Angela, any of the rest of them in my life. Never have power or authority. Be infantilized because they're literally immature children that run the country or the world. Garbage. They actually are that. That's how bad that is. Seriously. You can prove that too. But no, you're so smart, you should run the country. I saw that on Reddit. Oh, this guy is so fucking good. Look at the fucking complex that's coming out on this fucking goddamn comment list. He thinks he's so smart. He thinks he doesn't have this qualifier. He doesn't have this certificate. He doesn't have this. And they are so, and this, and that. But I did, and I principle of it is pretty sound, though. You can see that, right? Yeah, he has this that's unfavorable, and I view him poorly now, and I think none of it is good and possible. Take the good with the bad? The fuck is this? Last time I checked, the lever's still good. Even if it is an evil bastard using it to roll a fucking boulder downhill on your ass, lever's still a good idea. Hey, I mean, I'm the guys that are fucking evil. I don't want to die. Yeah, shut up, evil. No one cares about you. Die already. Fight for your lives, you narcissistic, egotistical garbage bastard. Where are you going, abusers? Ah! We all like to fucking understand that that's the correct choice and decision to make and actions to go through. To form a coalition of alliances and conspiracies just like theirs, to go after them mano a mano. My time homeless. Pittsfield, Massachusetts. I wandered around and never formed anything, and yet sides formed and things changed. Said a few words, just like I did with Andrew. Like a spell, and things changed. Could predict it, turns out. Saw bad going on, and I tried to stop it. This time it's with me. Is that what makes it so much worse? No. No kidding, huh? There you go. But I doubt you got this far. 5 hours and 51 minutes later. Oh, I'm sorry. 52 now. Suck my dick and balls. Hit that like and subscribe button. Ring that notification bell and definitely share this. Have a good one. Toodaloodles, bitch fucks.